You know, you say that.
Martial Space and Arts.
Okay.
Guys, I know our next game. Martial Arts Gundam in Space. Guardians of the Universe.
Johnny. We did that.
Damn it.
No, we did that. Johnny.
That was first iteration of cultivation style.
Yeah, no, it was really fun. Johnny has the most singular broken character I've seen put together in a long time. Because you get to build a mech. You can build a lot of mechs. I have an entire Excel sheet that I've spent like 80 hours putting together and keep fiddling with. I built a template for a mech warrior sheet where you can literally do percentages of armor. But Johnny was like, nah. I'm going to find some of the oldest, best mechs that have spirits in them. And then I'm going to absorb them through nanotechnology. And my character sheet is just going to be a bunch of mechs put together.
And the worst part is that I am the mechs, not just an external extension.
Yeah. So he basically gets the stats, weaponry, and all of the internal parts of all the mechs he's connected to as himself. And he's like a space marine. So when he goes and punches something, it's like, I put like 2,000 tons of force in this punch, because that's what one mech can do. I didn't put all three, because I didn't want to destroy your thing. But I put a dent in it. And he cultivated like one of the weirdest grappling thing from an alien race. He got strange grapple, where he can like grapple you at a distance. And it was a strength test, not a willpower test. And he's like, hey, you will not beat me. I have the strength of 3 mechs.
There's a great talent, because we in the old Dark Heresy system and Nemesis, we were able to kind of pick a talent from the board. And I chose not Dark Heresy, Only War, which has a lovely talent called Cybernetic Boost, which pretty much gives you every I think it was degree of success, it gave you an unnatural strength. And then I got fatigue on the other end, but I had like 1,000 plus fatigue threshold. So I just rolled d10s, and then I'd have like a plus 1,000 bonus for strength, and then it just turned into I'll give you a hug.
And then he figured out how to give you a hug at range.
Yeah. The strange part. That was the.
But the funny you say that. Well, we have done Space Cultivator, Gundam, Space Odyssey.
Nice.
Oh yeah. I actually have another book for that particular game, because it's a 3-book saga. Unfortunately, we had that was the game while we were playing it that we had a falling out with Liam. I still haven't figured out what triggered him, but he left literally on the last session of the campaign, which was running for 2 years, because he was mad at me for something.
Yeah, and then we only had 2 people, because one of the other guys didn't show up either, and I don't think he ever finished it, so it's just Char and I.
Yeah. Ogre, yeah, no, he got... I gave him his fight.
Okay, good.
He did beat his opponent. He kind of throttled the thing. It was... I was beating him very soundly until he's like, all right, switch gears. We're doing this now. I'm like, oh, fuck, he's going to chemtech this thing. And he did. He chemteched all over it.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping for you, Chungpo, is to use chemtech, but I feel like you can figure something else out with your that current blood of yours.
I might have something similar to chemtech in this particular module, but it would be more with poisons.
Yeah.
So it'd be like poison tech, but we haven't gotten to the cyber world part of the game yet, and that's going to be really fun.
Golly, if we get the cyber world, then space is also going to be interesting.
Well, funny you guys mentioned space.
Yeah.
Space!
Because y'all in space, on a
Sure.
spaceship,
I'm
going
in
doing
space.
space things. You
Okay.
guys have recovered a very strange power core. It is not able to be throttled, such as you can't overclock it. You can't
Mhm.
get more out of its max. Well, its max is it. But it doesn't seem to stop. It doesn't seem to run out. And it's very stable. Because every pulse is a guaranteed pulse of power.
We just have to repair its stabilization ring or whatever.
I was thinking
More than that,
resonate.
you'll need a
like,
lot more repair than just
you
that.
know,
But
like like a ripple pond. It's like, here goes the ripple, and then there's some reflection that happens that captures that energy, and then it continues
Mhm.
on, and it just keeps going and going.
that's a really good metaphor. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nicely
But
done.
anyway, so we got one left, and we were thinking it would be great if we could figure out, because the reason we wanted to go on this raid in the first place was a type of computer
Yep.
that we could utilize. So we were thinking the last one we would try to do, and if I can do Forbidden Lore Fate or some. Or I could use a Destiny fragment to introduce that into the world as a
Well,
new.
I will tell you this, Johnny.
Mhm.
Until you guys leave the Sargasso,
Yes.
once procession resources do not respawn yet.
That's fine. I hardly ever. I didn't even use much last session.
Okay. But for individuals who have fate points or narrative points or any other resource that's like once per session, they haven't yet regened until you've fully left the Sargasso.
That's completely fair. But anyway, that was my idea.
Okay.
To try and find something. Because it's
Well, I'm
almost like
gonna let
we
you think through it.
fated to find this thing. And fate is an interesting concept here too, because what you described last session was there's a lot of things that were fated to come to this area to be
Yeah.
consumed by the mall. So tapping into that and then kind of looking at the strands of um, almost like a, I almost look at like looking at a library of books, and each book is one of these strands that are going towards the mall. So trying to find the one about a computer. Uh, Interesting, but I guess that would be only the special caches that would be fated for this area.
Yeah, there are certain zones that'll have computers. A lot of them will be uh the majority of the time if you want a computer or parts, it'll actually just be from the dross that floats around instead of one of the faded containers.
Yeah, and I think that's what we want to try. We want to try and get something that's not one of the faded containers this time. So I like I said, I don't think it's unless there be something within those caches. I don't think do I need to even utilize fate here. Just try and find it. Maybe use a destiny fragment to introduce that into the world. Um,
Okay.
yeah, so I'll use a. Uh, I guess this would be. I'm going to do a perception to look about stuff. I don't know if Lyron, you want to try and I don't know resonate with sounds, try and find something too.
I can look around if we're looking for a computer. I guess, is there anything in this dead sector? That would be kind of difficult to find, but we'll see.
Then I'm going to throw.
Can I? Well, shit. Um, I was gonna say, could I try and ping an active computer, but I would need prior communication. I don't know if there's something of a if somebody can get me an IP address somewhere out in space there, I might be able to ping an active computer from the CCC. But
See, if we knew the specific computer we were looking for, that
yes,
would work. But we're just out here.
You can also scan for open networks.
Oh yeah, you could. Are there any FBI surveillance fans out here?
I mean, when you turn on your sensors and look behind you, there's one that's behind a space bush. Oh,
Darn it!
observing you guys.
I thought
the
we could
looks
get away
so
from
very
there.
looks suspiciously like a white space van behind
Yeah,
it.
and they're just poking around out from behind a space corner. So you can see the front and just a little bit of it because it's partially hidden by a bush, but it's definitely a space FBI van.
Mm.
Yeah.
What would you want me to roll to say that I'm scanning for an open network, or if anything, or just say I'm
I
doing
think
it?
a tech use would be,
Okay.
tech use would be pretty solid.
All right, guys.
That's just me, though.
I apologize. Oh,
Or
You know, in this particular zone, no open networks, but you do have faint signatures that kind of blip in and out of your active search, which means there's some things that are broadcasting, moving about in the Sargasso, just not in this dead slice.
yeah, that's what I figured. That's why I thought we should
Mhm.
utilize our last ghost charge to try and go into a area that has, um, you know, risk, but also be able to get the thing we're trying to get.
Sounds good. Yeah, I think heading out is, or not exactly heading out, but like heading away from this dead space. Good idea.
All right, I'm moving on over. I'll do a navigate stellar, and then a operate void ship. So I'm moving on over.
With either could I do another roll to try and triangulate? Even, well, I wouldn't really be able to tell which computer was the best computer. Could I try and triangulate some of the blips that I see outside of our area to get a better honing in?
Give me another tech use.
Another tech. Here we go.
Nice.
Okay. You do catch some open networks, but there's also a lot of devices that are actively pinging, looking for something, as if the normal thing that they connected to over distance is missing or damaged.
Mm.
There's a lot of signals, kind of uh, these ghostly cries of machines, trying to reach out and talk to things that are no longer connected.
I think
And
would
they
be
just kind of do
interesting
this. Good.
is a resonance with Lyron's essence of the machine heart. That might be interesting if you can
If I
look
can tap
at
into that.
tap into that because it's a thing on your character sheet. You have it, and there's no real way to utilize it yet. But what it is like a resonance frequency that you have within yourself. So trying to figure something out that kind of has the same type of power in a sense. You know what I mean? Like same range, same type of. I think resonance is the only thing that really comes to mind. It's just like, and if you could do that to yourself and like ding it out and then see what kind of hits back. That might be an interesting way to find.
Well, we've already found a lot of the signals.
Well, those I'm not, but like Matt was just saying, it's almost like they're trying to find something. So it looks like they're trying to hit a certain thing that is not accessible right now. So it's almost like empty. It's just going out into the void, but it's not receiving something, and nothing's coming back to it. That's what I got from what Matt just said.
Yeah, but it could be just like a door looking for its terminal that
It's
got
true.
eaten.
True. That's fair. I was just trying to think of like something bigger, I suppose, something more advanced.
Fortunately, Lyron doesn't know anything about computers.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Uh,
Besides his tech use.
so he'd probably find a door.
Yeah.
What's funny is I have no check marks in tech use. I'm just rolling straight intelligence to try and get it with a -20. So I'm just like, that's why I'm just like, oh god, I hope this works.
Sure enough, like, I guess I'm intelligent enough that I wouldn't really fail one of those rolls. Do I have tech? No, I do have a check mark in tech use. I think I got that when we were first putting my master back together, actually. I guess I'll try to absorb some of the radio waves that they're using, or whatever type of signal, into my energy pool. If I can identify that, 'cause that's probably hitting our ship, therefore within range of me, right?
The only other things I could think of is that I think about a computer. Computer runs hot. So within this void of space, it would be a hotter energy source, but there also could be the opposite of that, because the hotter something runs, the more cooling and other things of like cold you need to counteract that. So it could be something that's even colder than the dead of space we're in now, and kind of like blocking out, um, the kind of thing we're kind of looking for here. Just thoughts.
Yeah, I guess the type of computer we'd look for probably requires a lot of coolant.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't you maybe identify that by how much the prisms are moving?
Yeah, I already did wait, I did one for this last area, so I'll also look one for this area.
Because if
Yeah.
something's very cold, would it not have
And
very slow moving prisms? Or
I'll-
slowly
That
changing them?
and more condensed prisms.
yeah,
Okay.
and I'll use a Destiny fragment here to introduce something new to the environment. Submit. Almost a 69.
Nice.
The quantum porn computer.
Nice.
Do not get it back.
The eight zettabytes of porn that overloads your computer.
Oh
Yeah.
god, that's a lot.
No, it's the Mass Effect joke.
Oh.
There
That's
was
all
one
in
point where
Rand's
they're
ass.
like, "How do we need to overload the computer? How do we do that?" Well, we'll have it download the entire space internet's downloadable of all porn. Just the entire internet's porn, and the computer was just crashed. They're like, "How much porn is there?" It was the biggest thing I could think of. It was easily able to handle all this other factual data, but
All that? Mm-mm.
yeah, there's apparently like multiple zettabytes of porn across the internet of the entire galaxy, and they're like, "Yep, every race is a pervert," and they post it.
Oh, god. What was it? Never mind. We're not going to go down that rabbit hole.
I hope John is enjoying our current conversations. He's just like, "What is this group doing? What's going on?"
It's not cultivation, so it's not good enough for John yet.
Well, we're trying to cultivate lust.
Oh,
Space
yeah.
lust.
Space lust. It's the cosmic path of segs.
Or the intense desire to travel among the stars. Kind of like Wanderlust.
Sure, let's go with that.
Hmm. I mean, that's way more wholesome.
Yep, that's definitely
All right. Johnny, you introduced a new item into the environment. A. And you wanted a computadora A.
Yes, please. This is one of the main reasons we decided to go on this raid, because we wanted a computer to help
Alright.
us with our things that we do.
And using
Sorry.
a narrative, peak
Yes.
narrative,
Peak narrative.
to
For the best of
introduce a new
fragments.
thing into the environment. Okay, that.
Per
Now, since you
wording
used it,
from you.
now that you've given me a peak narrative,
Yes.
I need a little bit more details.
All right, sure. So as I'm looking with my eyeballs from that perception test, I notice a strange let's say movement of the prisms as they kind of like go into each other and then express itself out, and then from that expression the thing brings itself back into itself. So it's almost like it's a closed system of prismatic movement. And as I look there with my dharmic eye as well, I notice there is truth of technology within that movement, and it catches my eye because of my connection to the Deva, which are all about technology and cold,
Hmm?
and that interaction there kind of gives me a little bit of a shiver, and I'm like, I think that is what we're looking for, everyone. Let's move the Ori over into this position, and I think we can find the computer we're looking for.
Before we do any actual movement, I hate, sorry, but Savalair, could you verify that no, if we're getting closer to tentacles in that area, uh, I don't know, is that a safe area?
There's going to be tentacles either way, but
Okay,
because I can see them and I'm driving, I can
fair enough.
get us out of the way.
Understood.
Would be
Just wanted
helpful.
to verify.
Was that a good enough narrative for you, Matt, or would you like me to do something different?
No, I can do something with that. It's another thing that the ship can't see and the others can't see.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe that's like a cloaking field around it or something.
Something like that, yeah. What do you want to do?
Well, I have a destination. It's time for us to try and go grab it, I suppose. So we get closer to that location.
Oh my god, they're getting closer.
So if you'd like another operate void ship, I'd love to give you one.
Yeah, go for it. I think that would be a good roll because we don't want any
Oh, it's double
surprise.
too. Excellent. A little bit of fate in there. A bit of excellence, I'd say.
Ooh, sorry. All right. It's a very large chunk of a heavy cruiser.
Okay.
It dwarfs your ship, even though it's um, a fragment of the hull.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody's put a bit of some sort of illusion on it. It looks like it's the correct part floating around.
Right.
Things still hit it. It still interacts with the objects around it, but not in a cataclysmic way.
Gotcha.
And there's this big hole in the middle that you can clearly see through, but with your eyes, that is actually filled in.
Oh, sorry, you glitched out there on me. Maybe that was the whole point. It's a little bit of a glitchy situation.
Yeah,
What would you say?
it's a little filled in.
A little filled in. Okay.
Yeah, so
Gotcha.
there's think of like the ship got cored, and you should be able to like literally fly your ship through that
Yeah,
hole.
but there's actually something there. Yeah,
There's actually something there, yeah, in the
hole.
dead floating ship part.
Okay.
What do we want to do?
So I think the easiest thing to do is to I'll get us close, and then once I'm right beside it, I'll say, "All right, you two. I know you don't see this, but there is something right beside us. Think we could try and board the ship, see if you can get into this little hole, because there's actually something in there that I see."
Can I attempt a sixth sense check to see if I can at least like suss out where it's occupying? If I can't detect it, I might be able to detect that there's nothing there. Like if it like dampens my sound waves that I can hear with.
Sound is kind of tough in space, but using
That's
your
why we have our CCC.
yeah. Even on your sensor, it comes back negative. It is as what it seems.
Okay, so it's as if there's actually nothing there and not just something that's undetectable taking up that space.
At least by the
The sensors.
yeah, the sensors you're using.
Okay.
Good thing we have a Savalair sensor. Otherwise, this would be a hard thing to do.
I mean, I could attempt to port the ship.
I just feel like once you breach the barrier, you'll be able to see what's inside. And if you can't, then we'll try a different approach.
All right, I'll give it a go. Is it close enough for Chun Po to like latch onto anything to push himself through? Are we close enough to the opening there?
You guys could also go together, eh?
Pretty sure we also have tethers on our suits, right?
We do have tethers in our suits,
That's how you
so
get
we
back.
can get back.
Yeah. But like you could hold each other's hands and go in together while Lyron pushes with energy control.
Applies thrust.
Oh, you guys can apply thrust with each other. Okay, I got that.
I make sure the tree buddy doesn't eat you.
Sure, I've got
That would
shields.
be very helpful.
Got shields. The tree buddy
You know,
only does the health states if it hits a person, right?
correct.
Yes. Yeah.
But he also has a lot of damage.
The tree buddy?
Yeah.
I thought he didn't have damage. He just did a health state.
Somebody's been getting stronger, and somebody hasn't checked.
That
Okay, well,
might be true. Okay.
Well, it'll be fine. We got this.
Oh, good. I'm glad we've got this. Because I think you've got this.
Okay, good, awesome.
Oh, so you're not helping him? Okay. All right, you guys got it.
Let me make my intelligence check, which is not at a penalty right now, to help him get onto the ship.
Works for me.
Good.
Let's see.
Wait, did you also take You've Got This, Fampo?
No,
So.
but I'm
I
just
did.
like saying it.
Oh, okay. I've got it, and Lars got it.
Oh, yeah.
What? Let's see. Don't think dodge. What kind of roll to try and get into something unseen?
Just go touch it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just going in. I'm not trying to be sneaky.
Works for me.
Okay, so I'll be applying thrust with kinetic energy. Whilst holding on to the very much not lethal Poe.
I mean, it's fine.
Chungpo can hold himself together, right? He can.
Isn't that a willpower test?
Something he's
I
not
only
good
have
at.
50.
Good thing you got key.
Yeah, no, that would be a thing you should probably could be roll. You know, a good solid willpower test.
Hold in your urges of your friends, your buddies.
Alrighty, yeah.
Because
Here
two
we
buddies
go.
always hungry.
Yep, knew it was going to be that one.
So I guess I can use a fate point to help you reroll. But Chungpo, you need to remember that you have this thing called extra effort, which allows you to utilize your key to give yourself bonuses when things like these happen. But you can utilize that right now too if you'd like. But you can
See,
only add 25 to it, which is
that
unfortunate.
yeah, that would still fail because I would need at least 35, I think, because 30 would put me at 51.
So we'll use one of the great fate points I have utilized and my utilization of prayer mats to give you another roll.
What about a tumbleweed?
The tumbleweeds were utilized for the.
Oh, for the math. Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I utilized those last 5 on our luck test. Pretty sure I did.
Oh, okay.
It was at 5 on my sheet here, but I'm gonna say that's probably good to have off. But I can still re-roll a fate point for you if you'd like, because
Okay.
I have that thing. Just roll.
Yeah, but we were about to find out how much stronger Tree Buddy became.
I don't think we want to find that out on your character sheet though. Unless you do, we can. This is a great opportunity to figure out defenses and whatnot.
I think that's up to Lyron.
I've also given you the usage of a fate point reroll to reroll
Yes.
right now.
Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, doing that.
Nice.
Hey, there we go.
That is definitely winning the 50-50. Yeah.
Hey, you can protect me from Key Buddy, right? 50-50. What?
Either I do or I don't. 50-50.
So I get that fate point back, but I'm going to put it into a tumbleweed instead. Look at me moving things around.
All right.
Okay. So the question is, Matt, do they run into a wall?
Kind of yes and no.
Okay.
It's a solid object, almost like a Newtonian force or a Newtonian substance, is both solid and a liquid. It depends on speed.
Okay.
If you approach it quickly, you'll bounce off of it like it's a solid object.
Mhm.
But if you interact with it slowly, it's permeable. You can go through it.
So the question is, Lyron, how fast do you go at this thing?
Well, how fast were you going at this thing?
Correct.
Hmm. How fast were we go? I probably only applied like one kinetic energy to get us moving because you don't have to keep applying it. So however fast that is on 2 people. I could roll like a willpower to see how fast or how well I expressed that. I was told that there was something there though.
All right, let's run at the wall. Mach 10.
Let's see.
Yeah, it's all about your guys' mass. I'd say at the end of the day on that. So
I think I utilized the 1 kinetic energy pretty well, but or pretty effectively.
Those did, yes.
So pretty quick.
All right. You guys do hit a solid object you can't see, which is frankly very disoriented. Disorienting.
Walking into glass and hurting your nose.
Yeah, that one. That one kind of sucks.
I think I run into that situation a lot.
it's
You
because you don't have any
specifically,
eyes.
yeah.
Maybe not the running into, but objects I can't see all the time.
Mhm.
Some might say I'm an expert at this. Okay, so we ran into a solid object. I will apply a bit more kinetic energy so we don't bounce off of it. Just slow the impact, or the after of the impact, so that we stay, I guess, near it.
Okay.
I'd like to make a Sixth Sense check now that I'm near it.
Sure, go for it.
Perception.
But what are you looking for specifically?
Trying to identify this thing that I cannot detect in front of me with other senses.
All right, go ahead and give me that Sixth Sense check.
60.
Sound waves and the normal 5 senses really don't pick this up. It's kind of crazy.
Mm-hmm.
But the feeling that you kind of get, the sixth sense, kind of does. It is permeable. You guys can go inside and keep space out and whatever inside in.
Oh, we can go into it.
Yeah.
We just have to be going slower, I guess.
Yep. You feel this is specifically kind of like a synthetic airlock. That also protects from crashing objects.
Okay. Then we will go slowly through this.
Okay.
Apply the kinetic energy much less, or with much less velocity forward.
Let's get you guys over here then.
Ooh, we got a map.
Of course.
And it's your guys' mission. I'm just the driver. I'm the getaway driver. I'm the fast boy. You guys are the.
We're still tethered. You're just gonna rip us out of this place. If there's a
We're just
problem.
gonna be going however fast you go in space, dragging through.
Yeah, it's a primitive teleporter. It doesn't teleport, but it does get you out of the place.
I
tears
want
through walls.
Run and I want Popo.
Oh, we're going in.
There are a collection of ships in this huge hole.
Whoa.
Looks like it's been repaired from the inside. But there's no persons. It's not like a hidden enclave. It's empty. Feels lifeless. Only minor systems are on, using as little power as possible. And the ships that are tethered, this whole collection of different types, different sizes, different purposes, different designs completely. In fact, several of them look like they have nothing to do with the same build style. One looks like it's like synthetic organic, like a biomechanical ship. The other one looks like a normal Terran metal design, like a metal tube. Some look very elegant and sleek. Others are lacking in aesthetics, more blocky and menacing with all their guns. They're all in decent condition. They just float there with minimal power. Tethered.
Okay.
No guns train on you, no sensors scan you. This place is kind of dead.
This is weird. I mean, all of it was odd to begin with, but just the fact that this is just here while Tentacle Thing. I'm getting shit. Did Tentacle Thing tear all these apart with? Never mind. Let's investigate.
Might have missed it because of the barrier.
Then why isn't there
You
anyone
do
here?
get atmosphere readings. It's not enough to be safe, but there is atmo, and it is breathable. There's just not a high enough concentration of it.
Okay. And it's still 0G right now?
It is, yes.
Okay.
Our suits have communication abilities, so we could still talk to Savalaire.
Yes.
It seems, yeah. It is connected. You can reach through. But it has to be through the umbilical that you guys are using, the thing that connects you to the ship.
It doesn't because of my communication seat.
Well, there you go.
Unless this blocks that normal route.
Our wording was it does not get. You know, there has been situations where it has. We did write down that it's not hit. What is hindered is the word I'm looking for? What's the
Hindered?
hindered? There we go. It's not hindered by other sources. But
Yeah, but it still was blocked by Chun-Po's vault, for example.
yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah. But I think since we have the tether, the spiritual fate tether there, I think we should be okay.
Yep.
As long as you remain tethered, communications is open. But if you disconnect, that you break that connection, and you're flying solo.
Okay.
So, Matt, can I give them the location that I saw this this truth anomaly at?
They're inside it.
Okay, it's just okay. All right.
That's a whole thing. I don't know anything about ships. What about... Does it look like there's like a command area, or I guess like this is a hangar itself? Is there a place where you can access the controls, or I guess
There's a
database?
lot of space in here.
Yeah, I realize that.
Yeah. Why don't you mean awareness?
Okay.
You know, I think actually Chung Po's the one that can help us out with this because of his mini lore keeper he has.
That was left in the vault, I believe.
Oh, if you left in the vault,
Organize
never
things further.
mind. Okay.
I last I checked, I usually leave Mini Lore Keeper in the vault, but
Well, I thought I'd give you a note, but not this time.
I appreciate it, but yeah.
Nice 77 for your awareness.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Oh.
there does seem to be a couple access tunnels. There does seem to be a main dock, although it's kind of rescinded, so it's not like extended and whatnot. And there is I would say, an operations post. It's this huge strip of glass, so it can see ships coming and going.
Okay.
You see command terminals and sorts of other technological interfaces within.
All right.
I suppose the thing we should ask is, can the orrery fit in within this hole?
That's
Yep. It probably could. It's small. So
As
if you
long
came
as
in slowly.
you go slowly, yeah, you could
Mhm.
fit.
Now that we
There's
know,
a
like, on the other side, yeah.
there is a destroyer class ship here, which doesn't even begin to fill the space.
All right.
Yours is a frigate sized ship,
Yeah, one up
maybe
from
even a little
this.
smaller.
Yeah. Okay. I'll start my ascent, stopping at the wall and then slowly moving in.
Okay.
It doesn't take as much time as you think once you've come in contact with the wall. As long as you don't go above the speed limit,
Yeah.
you can phase through the wall pretty quickly.
um. Can we see through the membrane of where the field was? Like, is once we're on the other side, can we look back and see through it?
Yes, but everything's very blurry, like it's hazed glass.
Mm. Okay.
Okay.
And well, okay, so Savalair got through relatively smoothly.
Mm-hmm.
Seems like it, yes.
Hmm. I can't quite make heads or tails of everything in here.
Now that he's through, can he get a better idea of, well, does the anomaly just seem to be all around him, or can he get a better reading of now that he's inside?
It's deeper into the wreck. Uh, there's a lot of technology here, but it's not anomalous.
Okay.
Definitely, whatever this Newtonian shield, that is anomalous for certain.
Okay.
So the shield was the anomaly, not a computer that we're looking for. But hmm, do we just find the biggest, best looking ship, or
I mean, we know where we need to go. Matt said it's deeper within, so we have to go deeper within.
okay?
Okay. So we'll hop on the orrery so we can get there quicker.
Sounds like a good idea.
You would have to go dock the ship or
Mhm.
get out of the ship and float towards your destination.
Yeah, we'll like Lyron was saying, we'll get closer with the ship and then dock and then move from there, so we save time. Because floating in space would take a while, I imagine.
Yeah, it kind of does, unfortunately. All right. While you guys are doing that, why don't you give me some awareness tests?
Awareness.
Got a 17 for mine.
19.
53. past that. So.
Casey, when you finally kind of get onto the boarding ramp, grab a hold of the railing, kind of tow the ship in, get it nice and secure, kind of go about exploring the area. You can't hear it. You can't hear it, but you can feel it. Something moved, or some things.
Hmm. It looks like we may not be alone, or some of the systems might be online. I felt something
Could be.
move.
Yeah. As for Poe, everybody stirs a little bit, kind of uneasy.
Everybody is nervous. I don't like it when everybody gets nervous.
Lar, for a brief moment, your eyes catch a new shape. It is not a triangle or polygon shape that you've ever seen.
Okay.
It's more of a spiral. You've never seen a spiral. And it just for the briefest moments, you catch it going through and around the polygons. Even something that would register as a wall, it just kind of flows through it like there's space, because there is. Uh, at least to your vision, there's enough space for it to do that, but to actually do it in reality is wild.
Well, it looks like we're not alone here, everyone. I think you've all kind of picked up on that as well.
I haven't seen anything yet. Lyron, you said you didn't see anything? Or you heard something moving?
Yes, there was something moving. I couldn't see it beforehand, but once I got on the orrery, I couldn't really pinpoint it, I'm guessing.
It's a spiral and not a polygon, by the way.
Oh. I don't know what that means.
Me neither, honestly. But it's not. I guess maybe one way to describe it is it's probably not of this realm.
Mm.
Maybe it's from somewhere
Hmm.
else.
Where you only saw it for a split second?
Yes.
I guess just cautious and keep moving.
Cautious and keep moving. Sounds good to me.
All right. As you guys get a little deeper in, the spacesuit guy, he's there for scale. You guys kind of leave this particular area, go further in, and there's a lot more damage. In fact, you reach. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I see my name and my health bar in a section of black. Okay.
I'm moving you guys to a new area. Calm down there.
You said spacesuit guy, and I'm just like, I have no idea what you're talking about. Okay.
So it looks like a huge part of the outer hull got stripped off. So you can see out into the Sargasso now, but all the atmos here is gone.
Interesting.
Yeah, it looks like there's a bit of damage.
A lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage.
I'm going to be looking out for the spiral and any tentacles. I know our direction, so I can keep leading us that way, but I'm going to keep my eyes open for other things. If you guys want to, I don't know, get us moving in that direction.
So
Sure.
let's see. We just see extreme damage to the hull.
Yeah, it looks like these were originally supposed to be a sealed area.
Mhm.
Like there's not supposed to be exposed to space. Oddly enough, at some point when you'd walk from here, you came from an area with atmo and temperature to none. And there was no airlock, no change in pressure. It is really weird.
Whoa. Okay. Yeah. That is very weird.
Your suits didn't even pick it up until you kind of look at it like manually or go out of your way to look for readings around your suit. Then it goes, oh, hey, by the way, in case you were wondering, there's no Atmo anymore. You know, no big deal.
Okay then. And everybody saw that, or at least, yeah.
Hmm. So Atmo gone again.
Yes, correct.
Did we go through another membrane?
Not that you saw or felt or
Did
even
Lara
received.
see it or perceive it?
Did he leave the ship and follow you guys?
Yeah, I thought we were all going together.
Yeah.
Okay. He's been. It's kind of weird. You've been pushing like floating polygons out of the air,
Mm-hmm.
like space debris. Kind of. It got dense at one point, where you had to like kind of like brush like whole swaths of the polygons out of the way.
Right.
Like pushing away like cobwebs that block your way. But other than that, not really.
Are we still going in the same direction, deeper into the ship, though?
Seems
Or are
like it,
we?
yes.
Okay. As long as we're not turned around, then my sights are still on what we're looking for.
Sure.
I'm not sure if the membranes have anything to do with the spiral or the anomaly. Well, I think the membranes have something to do with the anomaly part because the anomaly was the shield. But yes, let's keep moving and oriented towards the goal.
Like I said, I'll be looking out for the strange spiral and also any tentacles that might come our way.
Glad you have our back and front and everywhere that you can see.
I'm thinking. I know, shocker.
Oh,
Yeah. I like how Johnny's he's like, ah, crap, GM's doing a thing.
I
No,
saw.
don't do it.
I
You saw.
saw.
You don't see anything, Johnny. You didn't see anything.
Okay, I agree. I didn't see anything.
Thank you, Johnny. I appreciate that. Don't be seeing things too well, because it could be bad. Going further will require a bit of effort. Turns out there's a lot of debris in the way. There's
Yeah.
areas without power. How much time and effort you guys want to spend in this place?
I want to say maximum effort, but I know that takes away our fatigue, and I don't want to do that yet. So
All the effort.
we should probably think of how we're going to traverse. Lyron already has a way to do that effectively. Chungpo could utilize Tree Buddy maybe to like dig into things to move about, uh, especially since the spacesuit is imaginary, maybe because it's easy to push through things with it kind of being an overlay. And I was wondering if Midnight Sigh could utilize the shadows of this space, or maybe even grab onto Lyron's shadow, and then we could pull behind him, or I don't know.
They'll try some things.
Okay.
Something about the shadows here is strange.
Okay.
Otherwise, proceed.
Okay. So there's a big old satellite thing in the middle.
That looks like there's debris outside,
Oh, that's outside.
like a big space station outside.
Okay, so there's a door over here.
Mm-hmm.
I'll try to make it over to that door. I can move really fast.
Spacewalk.
Is it 140 meters?
There's very large distances. Takes a while to get anywhere in the station.
I got a lot of movement. My run is 168. Not that that's how that. I don't know that I can use my regular movement.
Question for you, Matt. Can I use my martial arts freedom that allows 3D movement?
Something to push off of me.
Yes and no. 3D movement in the case of that earthly martial art is not built for 0G.
Yeah.
Because you need those gravatic forces to apply downward, like gravity to apply it. But it does give you a little bit of better awareness in how to move about your environment.
It's as 0G travel, as long as mass is expended in some way, you move forward at least, or you move at least. But pretty sure we could try and like, if you like crouch down, anchor, grab onto the floor, and like drag yourself forward, kind of like a
There's a lot of ways to
runner's.
go about it.
Yeah. We're just, well, let's see. We do know the path forward, though. Like,
Yeah, I have a direction.
Following the anomalous energy, yeah.
okay.
Just requires collective effort to push through impediments.
Okay. So as far as moving goes, I can pretty much move anywhere though, so I can start making my way over there.
Making your way downtown.
Making my way downtown. Moving
Floating
fast. Floating fast, yeah. I don't think I want to go full speed. What was that?
What I plan on doing is I plan on using my art of the sword to pretty much dig into the metal plating and move my way forward that way.
Sure. Too much effort to move around. Just got to figure out some way.
Yep.
And what about you, Chunko?
I mean, I'm just gonna try and until something arises that is easily seen, I'm just going to keep traversing.
Just make our way downtown towards
Yeah.
that door.
Towards
Uh,
that door.
Unless, like, let's see, could I try and use psi science to either detect, or would psi science even be usable to detect spiral stuff, or is that just Savalaire? I'm not sure if, or I'm just gonna keep moving. Actually, we'll just keep.
Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming.
What do? We swim. Okay. I'll be waiting here for people to catch up. Lara's figured out a way, I guess, by stabbing things.
Yeah.
Do
Hey.
you need a? Oh,
I was just saying, if you don't, what's all the point of working on the sword stuff if you don't use it, right? So,
True.
what were you saying, William?
I was gonna ask. I'm just like, did you need to like how I was traversing, or?
Yeah, just like how are you getting across the chasm effectively without falling into space?
I'm gonna use Tree Buddy kind of like as certain anchors and like just kind of extend roots and grab and pull myself forward, like a mixture of growing outwards, anchoring, and then dragging in.
Nice.
If you need any rolls for that,
Well, you're extending Tree Buddy out through your suit. Doesn't that breach the suit?
Remember the suit's like a projection over top of what you have.
Okay. So more energy based. That's fine. Got some tea. All right. There comes a very traditional airlock once you guys get further and further in. Kind of pushing debris out of the way. Powering some systems here and there. Normally that would be its own thing, but we've got a walking battery man.
Yippee!
Yippee, you
Battery.
said. Yippee, you said.
Yes.
Yep, that one.
Yep, that one.
that's the one.
One.
All right. What now?
So we're heading over to the door then. Going fast, going far. Oh, the grid's gone again.
That's fine.
Go on in here. Is this door closed? Is there an energy barrier like it kind of looks like there is?
That what Matt was saying is that you can just energize bunny it and then open it.
Yeah, you're able to energize a lot of certain doors and whatnot. This one is a traditional airlock. You have to decompress it, open the manual door, seal it, and then re-engage.
Well, guess what? I'll convert all the air in there into kinetic energy.
We
Take
gotta
it in.
decompress it before you can open the door first.
It's within my range, right?
Gotta get through that door first.
Okay, so I can't do it through the door.
Door seems pretty thick.
Okay.
You're not sure if it's already decompressed or if it is compressed.
Okay.
But there's a terminal that you can access, Dole.
I can't.
But it can access the terminal.
I'll look at the terminal. Ah, science! I hope this thing doesn't need a key card. Really convenient if we just got one of those and we
No.
could use it on here.
takes about 20 minutes, but you guys do get through the airlock.
Nice.
There's a lot of pressure. And you kind of enter a very strange atrium. There may be like characters on the image I'm using, but they're not actually there. So
Like you said,
forgive
all
me.
for scale.
I was about to say, I'm just like, well, you know what? I bet you that frozen spaceman might have a key card.
You know, you might be right.
Oh. I think we found a thing.
I think we found a thing. And again, people not there.
Yeah. Is this a tree frozen? Is that what I'm looking at?
Stasis?
Stasis, maybe? Or
Something.
just in a frozen block of ice?
No, feels like a really low level of energy.
Cool.
More stasis, but
Yeah.
there's something more about it. But you do see a bunch of those spirals kind of skitter around, and then as you kind of follow where they're skittering off to, you see they all kind of skitter forward and meet at a focalized point and skitter up someone. And you see someone just kind of watching you quietly, sitting on a bench. I will zoom them in so you can see kind of what you're looking at. I'm going to make them really big. He's not actually this big.
Oh.
Hey, Savalaire.
Yes.
Is that that spiral action you were seeing?
Did you guys see him?
Do we see them with natural eyes?
Yeah.
Okay.
You actually see the spirals now that they're condensed, but they're very ephemeral, iridescent. They look kind of this sickly metallic green combined with bismuth. And they are not shaped that stay in single form. They're not a solid. It looks like liquid metal that has taken the facsimile of a solid shape. Because it's these kind of corkscrew spirals that constantly move and shift and change ever so often, but they still look somewhat together.
Gotcha.
They almost feel alive. Last of its kind.
Well, I love that.
Greetings, fellow space travelers and salvagers, I'd assume.
Yes, we're salvaging.
Good choice. This place has many prizes for you to enjoy. Well, dangers too. But
Are you looking for a ride back out of the this area? Or are you stuck? Is my question.
oh no, I have many vessels that I can choose from, and if not, I can just go get more.
Okay, good. I just didn't want
I
you to get hit
appreciate
by
the
the anomaly outside. It's like it's
yes.
definitely been having fun with some
No.
ships.
Now that is a different question. Can you leave the anomalous area? That's different than do you need a ship?
Yes.
You need a very special kind of energy source. One in which you've cloaked your ship in would be sufficient to actually leave the Sargasso. Or something else of equal oddity, like this tree.
Yes, it is quite beautiful.
Yes, as I said, last of its kind.
Must be why It is here, I guess.
No, it's been quite the project. Growing it to this size. Trying to decode it at the moment. See if I can save what information I can. Maybe make something of it.
Maybe we can work together on that.
Maybe. But I think this is a project I need to finish on my own. It's one I started on my own, and once you join in on a project, then I have to design that project around your new desires.
I see. Well, I always offer.
You are earthly practitioners.
Yes.
Hmm.
Wait, are you
Interesting.
saying that you're on the path as well?
The cosmic path, yes.
Hmm.
And you too might join me. You see, it is a choice at the beginning. The entry point usually is the same for everybody. Sometimes you're assigned to the heavenly road, depending on your desires, your starting point, your capabilities, your perspective. Most are assigned the earthly road, but I have spent more time on alien worlds and in the void of space than I have on my home world. So when I stepped through the tree, I began my path on the cosmic road. And you are nearing the threshold. You will have to pick a path soon. The other must wither. You will not be able to successfully navigate an entwined path of cosmic and earth. Maybe if it was heavenly and earth, or heavenly and cosmic, but there's a severe degree of separation between your two walked paths.
See.
It'll be a different journey. One it looks like you're already pretty prepared for. But I'm starting to see a bit of change. Every second you stay here is seconds you haven't spent on the earthly path. Soon, fate will decide for you.
Fate.
Well, it needs to decide where you belong. Cosmic path is a tough one, but it's not impossible. It just requires a different mindset, a different perspective. Time operates on larger scales here. Everything on the earthly path can be counted down to seconds. You could still attempt to do so here, but everything is elongated. Everything is more. More space, more time. In fact, we operate on larger timescales than even those of the heavenly path. They may take thousands of years to cultivate to the next. We may take longer.
It's quite interesting.
Can be. But there's also a facsimile that you can create of the earthly path, where seconds are condensed, space is condensed, such as these constructs we build for ourselves. Instead of wandering the vastness of the cosmos, you bring the cosmos to you. Build a home. Space vessels, space stations, arcs, habitats. And then the seconds matter in those confined spaces. Things are moving at
It's
a
a
fast
point of
pace.
reference, I suppose.
Correct. So choose quickly, but one of the paths you will walk on will wither. Your access will start to dwindle. Resources will be harder and harder to get. Your time there will be shortened. One of these roads has to unfurl off into the cosmos or off into the horizon, depending on which one you pick.
And, Law, don't you have somebody back on the earthly path that you care for?
Yes, that is true. I can't just leave.
Of course you can. You're a cultivator. Especially if you have a cosmic cultivator. Visiting now and again could be a reasonable amount of time, or it could be once a lifetime. Depends on how much effort you want to go through.
I think Midnight Sigh also, I believe Midnight Sigh is a cosmic cultivator, and they're around.
Yes, they have found a doorway. But that's all that is, a doorway. And they are limited in time they can spend through that doorway before the door closes.
I think that's also a future question of. It doesn't pertain to the here and now at this very moment. I'm not sure that we have to make that choice quite just yet. And we
You'll
are
need to
in.
make it soon.
Hmm.
Either that or the path will choose for you. Fate will get involved. Fate's important up here as well.
We were looking for a computer.
Oh, I've got plenty. There's depends on how advanced or how esoteric or strange, or I've got all sorts of computers. I've got normal ones too.
We were looking to use it as a translator for a rather strange language.
You have the prismatic sight.
Sava there will point to his eye. Yes, you can. It's good eye.
You look through the fractals of a pyramidion. That was unfortunate. I'm guessing you with no protection.
Actually, amplification, not even protection. I decided to fail at the encounter.
See, that is unfortunate. But I guess minor blessings.
Opportunity.
A good way to look at it. I found a new shape.
I see that.
Yeah. They are paradoxical. They're stable and unstable at the same time. They are quasi-alive, quasi-sentient, both paradoxically. Yes and no. But they need direction. They need to be controlled. But in use, you set them loose. You release control. It's a paradoxical existence, and it's a paradox to use them. But they're able to travel through polygons and the shapes. Sometimes they can separate them further, tear them apart from the forces that would keep them together. You can imagine as they kind of run their hand along the bench that they're sitting on, how devastating that could be, as several of these little strandlings kind of just flow into the solid structure before flowing back out and forming a corkscrew, as if it's just not a solid permeable object. We cultivate different things in Cosmic Road. Bigger concepts, bigger narrative. Power is hard to accumulate, but when you do have it, it eclipses the little things. You've already started to practice some of it. Gravity. That is a major focus for a lot of cultivators. Gravatics. But you'll notice that there's a pretty big difference in the nomenclature and the use. I see that you have solar. But is that not fire? Is that not light? No, it's its own thing. It's a cosmic Qigong resource. Same with darkness or shadow. You'll notice the difference between most things on the roads. The earthly road practices many sympathetic arts, things that can support life, things that interact with life, guide it, manipulate it, destroy it, enhance it, condense. You know, the usual twist, tighten, toggle, twiddle set. Cosmic, though, plays with unsympathetic elements, things that do not support life, or do not care to support it.
Unless you are a planet, I suppose. Maybe one like the Martial World.
Well, true. But what is the martial world? Maybe that is something you find out the truth of. What is the path? Why are there options? What is the scale of this place? Because I find it strange that the path is not just confined to a single planet. You arrived on that planet, maybe even started there from birth, but you traveled there. But you didn't travel through the cosmic road, the cosmic bounds of the cosmic road itself. You came from outside. But now that you've entered through the door, are you in a new dimension? Because if you leave the planet, it's not the same universe. You're still on Marshall Garden. You are just on a different road. There's different celestial objects in the cosmos than the ones you pass by to enter Marshall Garden. Is that not strange?
Well, I'm not from around here, so I wouldn't really know, I suppose.
Welcome. I know the path of the long cultivator can be unsympathetic and brutal, even unwelcoming, but I welcome you as a fellow cultivator.
Yes, we all have a common variable there, which is the Tao.
Mm-hmm. We do, don't we?
Let's call it universal.
No, not quite. I've studied the idea that Tao is universal. It's bigger. The universe is not able to completely fill the definition of the Tao, but the Tao definitely can encompass all that is the universe. So it must be bigger.
I feel
At
like
least that's
I'm
what I found.
getting hit with I feel like I'm getting hit with pie here, as this is going into concepts of the tapestry, and which as a greater whole, which encompasses the universe. But I don't know if you want to apply that here or not.
Is that in character or out of character?
That's out of character for you to decide if this conversation is related to.
Well, it'll
Nature's Defy.
be, does your character know? Do they not know? And do they make that assumption? Do they make a different assumption? I've already decided. I know how this. I know the confines and all the little secrets. So don't worry. I appreciate it though.
No worries. I'll be. Interesting. Well, if that's the case, and it's bigger than the universe, I suppose. What do you guys think?
Honestly, I don't really have much attachment to Martial Garden in general, but
I have a vault that is on a planet.
Which you don't seem to have issues accessing from anywhere.
But would it... Is there such a thing as cosmic poison path, or is poison earthly?
The poison of the flesh is what normally the earthly practitioners focus on. The flesh is incomplete. It's weak. It hasn't been properly constructed, reconfigured, and upgraded. Poison of the cosmic, that's a dangerous path. We fear poison cultivators even on the cosmic path, maybe even more so than of the earthly. There are more ways to resolve a successfully deployed poison, a toxin or venom, than there is a cosmic one. Usually, cosmic poisoners start on the path of corrosion. Their poison needs to get through the suit, usually the outer shell, the protective layer that many of us on the cosmic path don. You can't apply a poison until it's reached its target and set in. So usually, you also have space be an ally on this. You just need to get through a little bit of the suit, and space does the rest usually. But that's just the beginning. It's a shift of priorities. Some people will only wear what is known as a pressure bubble, usually around their body as they move around. Kind of like what you're doing. The more powerful ones only require a bubble around the head. And then those who have successfully cultivated the cosmic path to a certain point need no protection from the void of space at all. And it's cold. They don't need air or pressure or heat. But it is still poisonable. It just requires more effort. A little bit more powerful understanding. A shift of priorities. It's very doable. Many actually find it unfair. Imagine you find a sect of cultivators and they live on a space station with closed and recycled air. What if you release poison into that particular system? It then circulates that air perfectly. Can't escape it like you could on a planet. You're trapped. And this is where they would not be wearing their suits to protect them. So it's a paradigm shift. Still doable. And there are cosmic poisons. You used one to get in to make the anomaly be unable to see you.
Yes.
That is a poison of a nature. and that's the interesting part. You can poison yourself here, like you did. You poisoned your ship, clad yourself in a layer, and made yourself not perceivable, or at least in the manner that would be significant to the anomaly. It's very different. I enjoy it.
Oh, well, that's why you are a cosmic cultivator, I assume.
Yes, I've always been a wanderer, an individual who seeks different horizons once their projects are done, once the fetters or anchors that bind them to a place loosen.
Goal-oriented, I suppose. Very,
Curiosity driven, actually. A need to explore, a need to see, a need to get moved to the next place to experience. And that is a path that you can cultivate. Path of wanderlust.
path of freedom, I suppose.
Well, that would be an earthly focus, an earthly Tao.
Oh,
Because there are more restrictions. There are more shackles, restraints on the earthly path. But they are also there to protect you.
Hmm.
There's more rules. And freedom would allow you to slip certain bonds and binds when you need to. But you don't really want to permanently slip them. They grant you certain privileges, like being able to exist in a 3D location.
Like gravity,
Imagine,
I suppose.
Or you become two-dimensional.
Oh.
Yeah. Space is a funny thing. If you play with it, there are consequences. Freedom can be pushed, but here you're automatically given freedom. There are so few bindings and bonds on the cosmic path. You almost want to design your own to further shackle yourself so that you have something to grab onto. Otherwise, you drift. Yeah, it's different. It's also nice up here. Sometimes you can build a nice viewing screen. You can watch the little paths underneath you scramble about. I get to watch the earthly and the heavenly road beneath, and how busybodies they are.
You're saying time works differently here. How long did it take you to grow this tree?
I stopped counting.
Oh.
It requires a very special resource. It doesn't age or grow without it. And it needs thorough watering and thorough nutrients. So I built a slurry it really likes. And the type of water it needs is very special. And I think I get a drop every 10 years.
Oh.
And it grows, well, let's say a few centimeters every time I give it a drop of each. Yeah. Sometimes I go out and do my thing. And then there's a little reservoir that collects it, but I personally administer the droplets. I don't let an automated system do it.
What's so special about this tree?
What isn't special about it?
It's a tree.
No, it's a cosmic tree for one. There just aren't any. It's a living thing that has no element or connection to the sympathetic. It's an unsympathetic entity, but it's living. The materials on it would be sought after, some of the highest craft across the cosmos. Even the leaves would be considered treasures. I think you would call this a million-year red rings cosmic boson tree. Imagine how the heavenly cultivators would froth over that. It would still be old by cosmic standards. A million years is not a short amount of time. It's not too long, though. Once it gets closer to 1 billion, now that's a number. I've not seen a creature form a ring into the billions of years. What does it do? Does it solidify? Does it manifest a spiritual part of its being into reality, crystallizing it? Does it become a spirit weapon? I don't know. So I hide it here, away from all eyes and all knowing, except for yourselves now.
Why did you let us in then?
Well, I never stopped you in the first place. I was never meant to. There's too much hassle behind a security system when the anomaly is involved. It can. Well, the anomaly, it's more active when there are resistances, when there is no flow state of things. I put that up there just to prevent space debris coming in and destroying my stuff. But if I allow things with purpose to come and go, then the anomaly can't see it. It doesn't get a reaction.
So,
and also,
hold on. Sorry to interrupt. Did you say you're the one that made the anomaly?
Oh no, the anomalous barrier to enter this place.
Oh, okay, yeah. All right.
I have used part of the anomaly's physique to build it. It's made of the same material. I set a trap for it. Took a fragment of one of the tentacles that.
Yes.
Yeah, it wasn't pleased, but it's so large, it recovered it rather quickly, and I repurposed that into that membrane. It's just as anomalous as the anomaly itself, since it's made of, well, its material. It's also why, if I put a restriction on it, it would notice. It would notice that's where that part of itself went.
Right.
And also, if I impeded your access, how hard would you have tried to get in?
Well, that's a fair point.
There's something there, hidden, an illusion, keeping you out. What secrets and treasures could be within? The amount of destruction and effort that could result from your desire to get in could be disastrous for my projects. So I just let you in, as long as you are going slow enough.
Yes, and I imagine you'd be able to eliminate any issues. It's all about our intent of how we decide to go about moving forward.
Yes, I do watch those who enter. My little scrandlings help me with that. And, well,
I think I spotted one of those on the way in.
I don't think spot would be the right word. You would need to have his ability to perceive, but they can be felt through instinct.
There was something moving. That's what I mean.
My plant was very worried, and yes, we sensed, well, something was there.
Strandlings do have the ability to enter your inner worlds. If you create just like a storage ring, they can enter those easily. It's just jumping to a different stream of water.
Savalair, is your card okay?
Yes, they can enter your card, but that is... Let's just say there's a big warning sign on it from a very familiar energy source. I think I recognize... Correct. They are a very powerful cosmic cultivator. And when an entity of that power puts a warning on something, consequences follow.
Hmm.
Oh, yes. You would actually be of a very powerful cosmic sect, Mr. Lar.
Yes. One of the things that really resonate with me, as you say, unsympathetic, but fate bonds is our mother. Without her, we would not exist, I suppose.
And your sect leader, and simultaneously your martial ancestor. They wear many hats.
Yes.
They're also the Council of Elders, because they only keep their own council. But no, you would bear the name, which is really important here in the Cosmic Road. Names are very important. If you have a name granted to you by one of the great major forces, whether that be a sect or a single powerhouse, then there are consequences with interacting with them poorly or inappropriately. Although, if you were to die, avenging you may take quite some time. Because if I remember your particular sect master, it may take tens, thousands of years for them to get around to it, but the annihilation will be thorough.
Savalair just smiled. It's like, yes, that's my fate bonds.
Yes, in fact, they may encourage growth, build them up before they tear them down. I've seen this happen a couple times. Help a cosmic group reach their golden age, their prime, before you come in and just swat it to dust. Just to show the cosmos, you thought they were strong, you thought they were on the rise, but with a mere movement of my hand and emphasis of my intent, they are back to space dust. And you can collect that. I think you guys understand the importance of stardust.
Yes, I suppose we wouldn't be here without it.
Correct. People on the cosmic path, when they die, they are a resource, unlike the earthly path, where such devouring techniques would be taboo. Here, you don't devour them, you convert them. They are matter and energy, and they are useful. The energies you store in your body throughout your path, or your time on the cosmic path, is an accumulation of energies, and everyone is a reservoir, a treasure trove of cosmic resources. Even the solar qigong that you've practiced, that can be harvested into Ethereum when you die. Your body turned into space dust and condensed into stardust.
Interesting.
We're all star devourers here on this path. It's also why we're feared. That's why you'll very rarely see any floating bodies about. It's also considered a treasure trove. If you find a unlooted battlefield where ships and bodies are just floating about in space, not just the spatial rings, but the bodies themselves hold
The energy.
Incredible
thing,
value.
Yes.
Yes. And if you're particularly adept at star devouring, you can learn from the resources you gather from them. What they practice. Maybe you can pick up a technique from their memory. Psychometry. The ability to see a history of something when you come in contact with it. But it only seems to work on items or places. But if you practice it well enough, you absorb inorganic material, unsympathetic material, which makes it very easy for psychometry to be used. And if you're adept enough, you can just learn techniques from the fallen. You didn't even need to kill them. You can learn secrets too.
This is good insight. Would
It
not have
is.
expected the choice to come up upon us.
Unfortunately, you have to choose.
Yes.
And the sooner the better. Not just because fate will decide for you, but because if you don't pick a path, there's no road for you to follow. You'll just wander aimlessly. The events that fate has engineered for you will not happen.
Mm.
And if you somehow find a way to wander aimlessly on both paths simultaneously and ignore fate's warning, you will find no further opportunity. You'll find no further fate to guide you. Which, I mean, you would be fateless. Everything, I think you would be playing life on the cultivator path on hard mode. And it's already hard enough.
Big decision to make, everyone. But we
It's
still have
a
time.
shame.
We still have time.
Not as much as you think. That's the problem. The cosmic path would give you plenty of time, but you're also entwined with the earthly path, which has no time. No time like the present, no time like now. Because every second is important. Here we can lose a few seconds or weeks waiting for something. But a few weeks on the earthly path, that's ruinous.
Do we have? Well, do we want to put that to a vote?
Oh well,
Let's say
I would not. Yeah.
You have until the end of your sword tournament to make a final decision.
See.
Or what?
Cosmic or earthly.
Yes. But for right now,
I said sooner the better,
yes.
but your deadline would most likely be after that the sword tournament.
Yes. I'm referring to the need for a computer.
Oh, I have some in the back. I mean, you probably need something with high computational ability.
I already
You
have
probably
my eye
don't
on
need it to
actually.
think. You probably don't need it to think on its own like a VI or an AI. You'd probably just need a computer that goes beep boop, but very, very well and very fast.
I agree. I don't think an AI at this very moment for that specific thing is needed or what we're shooting for.
You could bring me that toolkit. It's a roll it over, filled with a bunch of materials. It's basically one of those tool chests where it's got a bunch of drawers for all the different tools.
Mm-hmm.
But this the kind of like a nightstand on wheels. It's pretty small. If you could roll that over.
Okay, roll it over.
And they'll have the strandlings flow into it, and it'll open drawers and pull out a bunch of parts. You'll need a translation device, It's not easy to understand the prisms because you'll also have to be very careful with your firmware of your computational engine. Sometimes certain patterns appear in the prisms, and when analyzed, sometimes the computer sees a cosmic truth and it mutates it. And then the computer stops being just a computer. It starts to becoming a cosmic DAO computer, and then it might grow sentient, and then it might decide, hey, I'm a cosmic cultivator too. So if you want it to be just a computer, you'll have to squash that seed every time it pops up.
Can that seed be harvested?
You know, that's thinking like a cultivator. Yes, it can. Yes, it can.
Well, part of me wants to ask about a qigong machine, but we'll just not open that can of worms.
You already did.
That's like asking for a perpetual motion machine. I think only the highest forces could possibly achieve one. But even then, you would have to practice a very specific Tao. Because the point is, energy must flow. It must come and go. It must rise, fall. The point is motion. But perpetual motion, it just falls apart.
Yes, I was referring to a perpetual seed maker, and I wasn't quite sure what that seed would actually be quantified as, and then I
That
was
would
thinking
be
qigong machine.
that would be a what is called a cultivator farm. You would build it so that computers would be exposed to set patterns until it elicits a response, forms the mutated seed, and then you harvest. And you just, like a factory line, you would assign some caretakers, you would pay them well, and they would do that for however long you were willing to throw in the resources for new computers, how long you want to train and pay for those people to be there, and however long you want to keep collecting seeds. So cultivator farms are very important on the Cosmic Road because you don't have time to go mine resources yourself. That's ludicrous. That's you need to cultivate. So you go assign people to it. You have them go mine out an asteroid for you for a special crystal resource, because instead of heaven and earth crystals, we use cosmic crystals here. And their energy is wild.
You have the computer that you would recommend for our endeavor. Do you
It's
have
a
one
big
in mind?
boxy one in the back there.
Gotcha.
It has a red tag. Go ahead and take that one. It's a bit of a pain to set up. Not just an installation, but integration and boot up. It is a serious pain. But once you've figured it out and it settles into what it's supposed to do, it's one of the few computers or technological pieces that was actually turned out worth the effort and the frustration. It also requires almost no maintenance, which is wild. But if you're having it analyze prism patterns, then maintenance has gone up quite a bit. You'll have to continually check its internals and its code. Yeah, there are secrets in the Pyramidium and the world of prisms and shapes. There are certain truths that you can end up witnessing. It's rare, but sometimes it just by seeing a certain pattern revealed to you, you undergo enlightenment, and your attainments in the cosmic becomes much more rich and profound. And that's where fate comes in. Without fate, you may never have that opportunity. Which is why you should probably pick a path soon.
I see.
Oh, yes. Mm.
Well then, I suppose if our time is limited, perhaps we should get what we can out of the earthly path before coming up here, if we decide to.
Sure. It won't be the end. We're start of ours. The planets are merely resources for us. Now that one's the most churlish and let's just say mean. The original, the Marshall Garden, the Earthly Path Road. Devouring that it's been attempted. It's never gone well because the heavenly also unites with the earthly path, and when they come together with a goal that's aligned, yeah, they can move, pun intended, heaven and earth to fight the cosmos. So 2 versus 1 is not a fair fight. Cosmic Road can beat the earthly path or the cosmic path in a one-on-one, but if they ever team up, it's they're a force multiplier. Win together. Yeah. So it'll be there, and since it is a celestial body, you can find doorways, back doors, alleyways. Maybe you can even find the main boulevard and walk up to go collect your resources. Like you, Mr. I think it was Poe.
Yes.
Your inquiry about the special tree on the magnetic mountain. What is 10 years to a cosmic cultivator? It's nothing. That's an indulgence in a curiosity, and not even a thorough indulgence. That's like you got a decent look at it, and now it's time to move on.
The
Yeah.
the aspects of immortality to an earthly cultivator. I'm not well.
What
Oh, 10 years wouldn't matter to somebody that's reached immortality either. And sure, maybe it's easier for cosmics to reach immortality, but I'm still trying to grasp why why cosmic would be something we would want.
Well, the
I mean,
first thing, we do it inversely than the earthly path. You cultivate to grow strength, and through strength, you continue to hone and build your vessel. Your vessel is what determines your lifespan. It's the weak link in your continuity. That's why you age. And when you stop refining it, when you stop improving it, there are still flaws, and those flaws have an expiration date. The first thing we do in the cosmic path is we help you achieve longevity, endurance, in a vessel that can endure space, body refinement. We fix the flaws. We extend or outright remove the expiration dates. Then we work on strength. Then we work on all the other things. It's backwards here. The other, it's the mirrored reflection, but inverted.
survive, then grow strong versus grow strong and then survive it.
Do the same restrictions apply? Like, are the checkpoints or zones?
There are territories. And within those territories, it is divided up into star paths. Distances are so big per territory, you can't really walk it. You can even expire if you have a flawed vessel, trying to traverse it through a lesser movement technique. That's why we use ships. They are capable of using greater moving techniques, like warp jump, faster than light travel, inskip. Ships are cultivators too. They're just bigger ones.
Interesting.
True. Well, and that is the case for yours. Your ship is a cultivator ship. In its sense, it's also a cultivator, but it's also a tool. It's a tool that Mr. Lar is refining, and once he has refined it completely, you'll have full control over it. But that's still in process. So, refining tools here is far more important than it is on any of the other paths. Hence, spaceships. It allows you to get where you're going. And star paths make the spaceships move faster. Kind of like a current in a river. If you follow the path, it can move you from territory section to territory section without, having to spend 10,000 years and expiring on the way over.
Sure.
Yeah.
Another thing, there was something I was interested in the earthly path that I didn't get started on. Artifice. Are there schools up here for this?
Yes, there are. Almost too many to count. Alchemists are at the bottom of the totem pole instead of the top. That doesn't mean they're any less important. It's just it is way harder to cultivate cosmic alchemy. Artifice. I mean, tools are so important here, and we rely on them so heavily that, I mean, I can't count how many schools there are. Different types of techniques, different specialties, different. I mean, spaceship design is one of them. Refiners are also their own thing, but each group has its own refining methodology, but there is schools for refinement. So we have a lot of the same things the earthly and the heavenly path do. It's just their importance is also inverted. Their hierarchy is inverted. Our priorities are different.
Sure enough. Well, I don't think that any of us are ready to make a decision quite yet, but as you said, time is ticking.
Yes. Don't do so in haste, but definitely make a decision sooner than later. Paradoxes.
So, I was under the impression there was no one here and that this was a scavenging mission, but it seems that this is something that you've made, and in turn, I would like to make a trade, if that's all right. There's some things that are not accessible because you need to be of the earthly patrician. I have something special, unique, and it might not be super important for you, but I feel like it is definitely an offer I'd like to say. I have a Defiant Blue Nebulum charge that I'd like to give to you in exchange for the the device in question.
Oh, the computer?
Yes.
No, you can just take the computer. I don't particularly mind.
Oh.
It was a gift. You're starting your path, and maybe as a gift, it might further nudge you to enter the cosmos. But regardless,
Okay.
Despite the competition being fiercer on the cosmic path than on the earthly path, we're a lot more generous to juniors.
I suppose since you only start out once, it's when age is not really a number anymore.
Well, people are still valued, even if they are merely miners of an asteroid or a star for resources. We may have more people than the earthly path or the heavenly path, but it's so spread out. You feel alone a lot, and the loss of life can be rather extreme here. So, if you find yourself in a position of absolute power over some juniors, it is usually encouraged to help them, to give them a gift or some guidance or conversate with them so that they can feel more grounded, maybe something to tether themselves to.
That is something of the law of inverse you were just saying. It's the opposite effect with the earthly.
Yep,
Evil
everything is
power
coveted.
would be might, and might makes right. And therefore, why not snip something out before it blossoms? But it seems like it's the opposite here, which is interesting.
No, it is the opposite here. You're correct. We nurture juniors. Now, if you're within a range of cultivation, like you're within, let's say, 1 to 2 stages, you're no longer in absolute power over them. You are a competition.
Yes.
But it's still, what would you call that? It would still have the brutality of the earth path and the heavenly path in that competition, but once it falls outside, it's a responsibility to nurture juniors because it's so hard to find opportunities up here. So that's why we all pitch in. So if there's an opportunity that with a lot of resources, like it'd be pretty expensive, and you would gain nothing from it, well, if you have students, they could absolutely use it. So you open it up to the cosmos. You make a competition because there's only a certain number of seats, but you fill 10,000 seats instead of 50, and that is considered respectable. And that's how you build a reputation. And reputation's important. So
Well, the same could be said about the earthly path, with reputation being important. So why is everyone so cutthroat there?
time.
I think yeah.
Yeah, I
It's
suppose.
always time. Once you've solved time, that desperation starts to fade. There's no burning candle wick. There's no fuse that's, burning out. Once you have time, your perspective changes completely.
Okay.
Because imagine you normally have 60 years to learn something. That's before all hope is lost. You're too feeble to continue. You missed all your chances. That puts fire in your belly. That puts that biological urge and desperation. But what if you had 6,000 years to make the next step? You could spend that 60 just fine. That's 1%. And if you succeed, you get another 6,000 years. Or maybe 7,000.
It's different. If you keep your secrets, you are more likely to be able to secure resources for further advancement. The earthly path views other cultivators as stepping stones, because if you don't, you may be someone else's stepping stone. So, but make no mistake, every path, earth, heavenly, or cosmic, every step along that path is paved in bodies. So, don't disillusion yourself that that's any different, depending on which path you pick. Every step up the mountain is another body underneath you. They could be alive or dead, but it's paved in the failure of others. But if you do decide to take the path, and you wish to, and you're willing to endure the danger of the Sargasso, you can use this as a little hideout. I just ask you to not mess with my tools or my tree.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. If you need, you can even study some of the ships I've collected.
I figured
Maybe you
those
can
were
even.
your ships. I didn't want to do anything with them. I thought, oh, easy access. But at the end of the day, I thought, they must be here for a reason. And you've mentioned vessels, and they must be yours. Excellent.
They're part of my collection. It's not. If they went missing, I would not be too cross. There's the two that I would be very irate if they were to go missing. I have them in a different section.
Ah.
So if those particular pieces go missing, it would be inconvenient. But I mean, they've kind of been a restoration project. I've put them together from broken bits and restored them to working order. If you want to buy any of them, you can, or I don't know, walk off with one. I don't know. But
We currently have a vessel that serves us pretty well.
I imagine. And if
And
you,
your generosity would be kind of be like a slap in the face if we took a ship after you said we could have the computer.
I mean, if you do pick the cosmic paths, let it be known this little hideout and its resources. If it doesn't have let's say, I'll put a marking on all the stuff I'd like you to not touch. But everything else is fair game. I mean, just consider it a path gift.
Very generous of you.
Well, I want that to be part of your calculations, because it is hard to gather resources up here, although it seems you've already begun doing star navigation. Very noble.
Yes. I was looking for a way to improve, and my master duality put me in the right direction.
Have you succeeded in getting access to the star market?
Yes, that was one of the objectives we had in one of our runs.
Good. That is a good sign. The Star Exchange is a particularly difficult organization to get access to, even remotely. Even more so to be given an access pass to access the physical exchange.
Mm-hmm.
But that means you won't starve.
Yes.
You won't run out of fuel. You won't disappear into the void. You have a means of resupply. Very important.
It's quite the endeavor.
Isn't it?
We had the right person for the job. Entity for the job.
I would. What? I'm sorry. What was your name?
Now that is a secret. But you can call me Wanderer.
Wanderer. I don't want to mess with your tree, but I'll pull out some life dowel. I don't know, and you said it had a specific resource, and I understand this might not be it, but this could assist with that.
There is no life in this tree.
Never
It
mind.
is alive, but it has no life now. Do you see why? It's interesting.
That is very interesting indeed.
Yes. It mimics life with such artistry that you'd think it would be an actual tree.
You have an AI tree?
No, that's the
No?
thing. It's not
Okay.
an artificial intelligence either. It's a natural intelligence. It's a paradox. It is living but
Interesting.
not living. It is artificial but natural.
Hmm.
It's almost like growing a mountain. It's like growing stones. Because
I see why it's called a million years.
right. And it'll continue to grow and I'll have to rebuild the containment. And this is my little project. I haven't had a project actually anchor me in such a way like this. So
Mhm.
it also would be nice to have some life in this particular part of the station. If need be, I can also move this particular piece of chip, this hab that I've built, a little further out to make it easier for you to access, if you'd like.
Well,
Or
it's
we can keep it here, hidden among the wreckage.
I feel like was easy enough to get here. You are currently in a dead zone of the tentacles.
Yes, I made sure of it. In fact, I've removed all of the faded objects from this particular zone. I made it particularly unappetizing.
We found a few that were somewhat nearby.
Yes,
This is a
things
different
move,
temple.
things drift.
Um, lads, are we at a point where do we grab our computer and move on, or
I'll
I
be
think
here.
we can always.
You can always be here. And know if you see one of my spirals, my strandlings, you can always communicate with me. Consider one always around. If you're on station, there will always be one observing.
I realized I just asked if we wanted to move on. Now I have a question. The finished product of what we were needing the computer for, would a translated, and I forget the subler, what's your site called?
Prismatic.
Prismatic. Would you want a translated prismatic scan of items? Would
Oh
that
yes.
serve use? Okay.
Yes, I would actually pay significant funds for translated prismatic database fragments. They would have to be accurate. You would have to, once you've taken the slide, look over it to make sure it's correct.
Trust but verify.
Trust but verify. You would also are going to need something that you might not be able to get your hands on, but I might be willing to loan you mine if I can get perhaps a discount on those slides. You're going to need a truth crystal. They are
well,
essential.
once we get to that step, well, guys, would you be more than willing to at least talk and hear that out?
Always looking for investors.
Instead of
Oh, yeah.
golden core, we build truth crystals.
Oh,
But unlike the golden core, we
are not beholden to their continued existence. Because if the golden core cracks and breaks of a earthly cultivator, it's such condensed energies, it's likely to explode or break apart, and the cultivator's path forward is forever ruined. We can separate ourselves from our truth crystal. What we've gained from its creation is all we need to continue to exist, but it is, as I said, one of the most valuable tools. I can loan it to others. It would be, I do remind you of this though, a significant loss for me if that goes missing. But if I can get correct prism data, I might be willing to risk it for a discount.
Tempo raises his hand.
Sure.
So, if it's not a golden core, technically we would cultivate our own truth crystals?
Correct. Instead of a golden core, which is filled with life energy, we cultivate the opposite. We cultivate truths and enlightenment, and through the attainment of those, we perfect our body through knowledge, through understanding. To form a truth crystal means refining yourself, body, mind, and soul, which is the same process as the golden core. You undergo a massive transformation, body, mind, and soul, through condensing powers and building gold form layers. But the earthly golden core is integral to the continued existence of that cultivator. Anything happens to it, bad things happen to them. Again, it's that inverted mirror reflection. It refines us during its creation. We refine it while it refines us. But it is not integral to our continued survival and cultivation. But you can't get another one. You can try and take one from others, but you can only use it as a uncooperative tool because it's not your truth. Yes. The most important thing is it does reveal what is true, what is correct, and what isn't. And that's its major feature, which is very helpful in the cosmos. It won't tell you why, unless it's yours. If you cultivate your truth crystal, it'll tell you why, but everyone else, all it does is tell yes or no, correct or incorrect. Have I piqued your curiosity?
Yes, and there's several questions now, but
Ask them.
well,
I'm not going anywhere. I have to wait another a year, 3 months, 3 days for another drop. So.
Oh wow, you've already spent quite a long time here.
I mean,
Of a million, and you
I
only have
grew
a
this
year left.
from a seed. Grew it from a seed, and this is a million years of effort, of drop after drop, 2 drops, one of the nutrients, one of the water every 10 years. Sometimes I come back in 10, and there's a reservoir, and I painstakingly give it 1 drop of each at a time, but no more than once a day. This is my bonsai. This is my passion.
If somebody were cultivating heat and somebody cultivating either ice or entropy, and they both had a truth crystal, I guess how would opposites interact, or what would the difference be in a truth?
Now that is complicated. We call it a celestial dance, similar to a Tao discussion, but you don't enter a discussion itself. You compare truths, you compare accuracy. Just because you know what's wrong with a certain truth, such as say you're using a solar qigong.
Your truth crystal is telling you that's not correct, and here's why, but you've yet to figure out how to fix it. And that's where flaws come in. Just because you know how to fix it and know what you need to do doesn't mean you have done it yet. That takes time, effort, resources, concentration, talent, ability. It's the same cultivator thing. We just don't wander in the dark like most of the earthly practitioners do.
I'm gonna ask this one because I'm not well. Say you were fate bonded to somebody, and then they went down the earthly path while somebody else went down the cosmic path. Or would fate deem that they. Just asking odd questions.
Say you are bound in fate to someone and they walk a different path. As long as you are walking a path and not two or more at the same time, that's fine. You just are fated to meet that person or interact with them, or their actions and words are fated to influence your future. Fate just wants you to walk a path, and any bindings is fine. You're just going to run into them again. Unless you die, then that's sad.
Alrighty.
Fate. Oh, you're probably talking about the Gun Saint. You can dismiss his grudge if you walk the cosmic path. More importantly, if you wish to relinquish that grudge quietly, you could talk to your master, Lorekeeper. They are a revered entity who walks the cosmos, the heavens, and the earth. They are welcome on all paths. Although they can only walk one at a time, they're able to freely change which path they walk on. So they're even respected up here, and they know many secrets of the cosmos.
So
One of
Go ahead, Lyron. I've asked a couple of questions.
sure. Speaking of truth crystals, do you know anything of the Truth faction, and do they extend up here?
they are the most earnest and obsessive stargazers there are. They mastered their way, their Tao, their path. They made it to the end and found a wall. And so they looked up to the sky, saw the heavens, but some saw beyond that. They saw the cosmos. Soon, we believe, they will build their first starships, and they will join us in the cosmos in pursuit of truth. I do not believe they will have difficulty in forming their truth crystals. They do not cultivate golden core anyways. And Jade Palace can be retrofitted. It's not ideal, but it can be reconfigured into a cosmic cultivation as long as it is fits a certain series of criteria. You've already. Yes.
I just find that interesting. V has traveled the cosmos, but not with the starship. I think by themselves, hasn't they? I don't know.
They have three things that bind them to their current situation, their current to their current path. One is they're still ununited. They are fractured. They have too many factions competing for very limited resources. And it will require a unification and a very expensive and complete expenditure of the group's resources to build a starship to join us. Second is they're so persnickety about their designs of anything they build. It needs to be completely over the top, almost perfect the first time they build it. Which, I mean, we have room for improvement up here. You just need to get here. It doesn't need to be perfect. And 3, there are a couple key individuals within that group that are, without their backing, that group will never go to the stars. They are still throwing themselves at the wailing wall of the end of the 6th zone of the path of the Earth.
Hmm.
Only Riveth seems to have gotten through, or around, or yes. The heavens and the cosmos also look at the wailing wall and have no idea how to get past it either.
The reason
We've
I say
yet to
that
find.
is because V has been on duality, and that's how the interaction between duality and myself happened. So
Perhaps.
I thought they could already travel the cosmos. That's all.
I mean, as a sect as a whole, like the whole organization. But
so individual compared to yeah.
Individuals, sure. Those are individuals whose fate has strayed from the bound fate of a larger group.
Hmm.
They too are wanderers, trailblazers, seekers.
Hmm.
They would do well. This vicarious of yours, they would do well up here.
Oh, you
And
know the name.
unfortunately, your collective psyches and minds are open books to me. One of the things you first learn when you practice cosmic cultivation is protecting your open thoughts.
It is not true for Poe. He has power words protecting his mind.
He does. And he does. They do have a really hard time, but there are imperfections in that defense.
There's a door.
There's a door, which is necessary
Yep.
because otherwise you lock your mind away.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, I have to go around every time I want to read your mind, or even read your surface thoughts. I have to go find which orientation has the door, and be like, okay, all right, So they have to put in effort. But yes, we'll
I guess
teach you.
That would explain why you're so willing to give information, since you, I suppose, don't see malice in us.
Correct. I also see talent, ability. You have the means. Mr. Poe here cultivates, or no, not cultivates, is a practitioner of holy geometrics, which is coveted, even here in the cosmos. It is sought after with a frenzy that is only mirrored by the behavior of the earthly practitioners.
I like how the truth is out now. Oh, Chang Po,
But-
what's this holy geometrics we speak of? Anyway, continue.
But it is not, again, on the cosmic path, I am your senior, which means coveting the talents, gifts, and opportunities of our juniors is not just uncouth, it's taboo. Instead of trying to strip you of your secrets and your gifts and powers and whatnot, it is expected of me to help you nurture them. At least if I'm capable of nurturing them.
Well, if we choose this path, Lar, we'll have to figure out a way to have duality not hate my master.
I think it'll be fine. I don't think duality really hates like V. It's more of just like there's
They're
been
both.
Some
Love, hate, and aloof. They are duality. They're both
Hmm.
sides of the extreme and everywhere in between. We know of duality.
How can you not know of the first moon as a cosmic?
They are on the antiquities list, which means you are not allowed to cultivate, refine, or harvest. It's very hard to get on that list.
Yeah,
It's not just age. it's not just age. It's there's a very important part of history that they play. It's like what are those called? They're part of a preservation list. Cultivators sometimes are desperate, and they do go after that list. But there's only been once where someone's gotten away with it, and honestly, that guy's still paying for it ever since because he is anathema. He is a pariah. So, and also, you're being taught by a moon. That's kind of cool.
Yes, I agree. That's why I love her. I love my.
There you go. So, I mean, it's kind of interesting. All of your masters are those who can walk the cosmic path too. But before I go further on this tangent, back to the other tangent, Mr. Poe. If you do pick the cosmic path, your master has a method of quietly resolving your grudge with the gun sight.
Well, considering he shot at me from off planet into space and arced it, yeah, I wouldn't mind resolving that issue. Another thing, how does one even become able to walk all paths? I realized you said my master had that, and that was boggling to me.
That is a secret that your master alone knows.
Fair enough.
They can't do all three simultaneously or any combination. They can only do one at a time, but they can change lanes. We don't know how, but they are respected in the community, for they are a purveyor and seeker of knowledge, curiosity, and most importantly, history. We have a very quiet history in the cosmos. A lot of things go unseen, unrecorded. So anyone who pursues the path of historian, especially in the pursuit of truth, is respected and honored, especially if they're willing to share it.
I understand. Or at
It
least,
doesn't have to be for free, but as long as you're
yes.
willing to sell a copy.
To the party, I have a. Well, I guess I would be willing to go down the cosmic path with the stipulation that we at least pursue the bees and
You could
have
feed
a
them
little.
cosmic resources.
No, that was the idea. As far as I know, they are in between the first and second, deep in the forest of the first and second stage.
Checkpoint.
The checkpoint. There we go. And it would be. I would like it if I could continue to have the bees and to at least check in, kind of like Midnight Sigh, to go back to Bullet Hell Mountain and things of the such, to just be able to do those things, even if it's years past.
You can bring them here.
Bullet Hell Mountain?
Well, there is a Yuaning magnetic mountain refinement technique that the Heavenly Path pursues. I'm surprised one of the supreme cultivators hasn't descended down to the earthly path and collected that mountain. They're very rare. They require you to. No, that's for a different time. There's a special refining method. It's not simple.
Understood.
As for your bees, if you are diligent enough, you could potentially cultivate your bees into something you can bring here. You would have to build them a biome, but I've got space. There's wreckage. You can add to the vessel. You can renovate. I mean, it just requires care occasionally. Sometimes there's damage, as you probably saw. I have to fix that. Darn. But space bees.
Yes.
Wouldn't that be fun? I think I only know of one person who has space bees up here. But that's more of a they're part of my collection rather than my focus. They cultivate space bugs, space insects, cosmic insects. They are as terrifying as they sound. Yes. Yeah. We don't piss that guy off. He's got bugs.
Asian space hornets.
You, dude. Yes. But when they stab you, you get you get the very bad touch, super bad touch.
You get poisoned and explode into yet more Asian space wasps.
That could end up being a thing you can do in space. Like if your Asian space hornets kill you, they convert your mass and energy into more Asian space hornets.
And the cycle continues. So, speaking of collection, I think it's a great idea, Jungpo, if we go down the cosmic path. But there is, as I'd say, obligations that are within the earthly path, and I have trouble deciding for the cosmic. Speaking of the collector, in which I have a grudge with. This is very similar to how you're speaking of when fate bonds makes an enemy. I need to deal with the collector, and they are not on the cosmic path; they are on the earthly. So I don't know if I can choose to go down that path unless I can deal with them above. As they are a nemesis that I must take and destroy. In Fitbot's name.
Wow. That is something to consider. When you get to a certain level of power, it is harder and harder to descend to the heavenly and earthly roads. But if your grudge is deep enough, that's just a minor cost, a minor inconvenience, a speed bump. Besides,
Well,
you can tilt the world in your favor. You can probably defeat him with money.
Yes.
I imagine if you utilize your connection to Vicarious and you're willing to do a dance with the machine people, you could pay them in cosmic resources to completely suppress and maybe even dismantle his organization and his power, and then have him brought to you in chains.
That is one
Power
thing
of money.
that the collector I've learned has is they have a lot of debts with the Truth faction.
I'd imagine. Many have debts with the Truth faction. They rarely come calling for it. because most of the time they recoup that expenditure well before you even realize it. And paltry resources sometimes are just more of a pain to recollect. They keep that in case they need a favor, that debt.
Yes.
That is worth much more than money. Yes.
That's one option, I suppose.
Or you cultivate and become a supreme entity up in the cosmos, and you rain down fire and brimstone, icicle, and asteroid, and bring him to ruin and take everything he cares about. You have time.
Mm.
You can even set up an observatory to watch his every move, a group to thwart his every action.
I'm already working on that. That was my second option, I suppose, is have the my seasons and the Freedom Corps go upon the earthly path instead, while we go about the cosmic.
Again,
Yeah.
if your grudge is deep enough and you have a modicum of patience, it'll get resolved one way or another.
Something to think about, guys. And
Yeah.
also, Cooney. Cooney is the last one of that, and my twin.
What do
My
they
twin's on me.
practice?
Metal.
Oh, that's a very unsympathetic element.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
We have all sorts of methodologies of metal refinement. They could practice. They'd have to give up on golden core.
Well, they're not there yet anyway. They're only black gold, so.
That is not very far at all.
No.
Are they? That is. They're zone. They're from zone 3. They should already be a mountain climber. They should be well up that mountain.
Maybe she's waiting on me.
I don't think they'd be given the opportunity to do so. There are certain demands and expectations from elders and whatnot, teachers. I don't know. Just very strange for me.
Well, I've presented my grievances with the option of mostly just cons of things to think about from my choice. What about you, Lyron?
I don't really have any attachments to the earthly path at the moment.
That's true. It's just us, isn't it?
Yes. Well, and my master.
And
I mean,
Vicarious, yes.
but they might be willing to come up here, and if not, we'll see. That might influence the decision. I trust their judgment with my growth, so if they think that this isn't a good idea, then I might not.
But it does give them an option to provide resources to the truth faction of the cosmic nature, and in turn, allows them to eventually reach the stars. So it could
Yeah,
be that link, that missing chain, to provide them that opportunity.
true, and my master has also hit a, well, literal wall, I suppose, with the Wailing Wall. And this might provide some answers to get past it, if they have not already walked the cosmic path.
The only other option I see is that we go down the earthly and work our way up. Because we'll reach that wall, and then we'll need a spaceship. And we have a spaceship. Is that even an option? to go the same way Riveth went.
I don't believe anyone will be capable of replicating what the Trailblazer did, and I don't think anyone should. That's just my meager opinion.
It's a good thought, because they forged their own path, and we should forge our own path, even if we follow in similar steps.
Now, since you are going to allow yourself some time, I would probably host what is colloquially called a team meeting and really go over the pros and cons.
Yes.
Because there are a significant amount of pros to the earthly path as well. Things are a lot easier to learn. Also, it's lonely up here. Very lonely. So if you crave comfort, you can't just step out into the wild world and be surrounded by people. You have to engineer with great effort sometimes to be around other people.
But on the
Also-
other hand, you could briefly visit the Marshall Garden.
Yes. But you need to be able to tolerate time. You have lots of it. But the burden it places on the mind is not to be overlooked. We cultivate the body first so you can survive, but we cultivate the mind the most so that you can endure tedium, boredom, and time stretched beyond what the mind is supposed to be able to handle. Because it unravels and breaks after a while, wears down. The organic or inorganic matter that runs your mind may no longer have an expiration date, but the will to keep operating does have an expiration date. Sometimes that expiration date is pushed back and back and back. Why? Curiosities like this, obsessions like this tree of mine, keeps me enduring. It gives me something to look forward to. Looks something to go back to. But if you've got nothing holding you down, which is why I emphasize the importance of binding yourself in space, giving yourself tethers so you don't go adrift. Things you can grab onto and go, I ran out of things to do, but that project I started a while ago, I wonder how it's doing. And then you go hurry over excitedly to find out what happened. But on the earthly path, it's action constantly. And sometimes that's really exciting for people. So, pros and cons. They are very big, and they are equally important on both sides. So, take your time. You can stay here. You can go back. Whatever. Just, if you see a special little insignia in glowing, bright, kind of neon, color, that's the don't touch, please. Everything else, poke around, play with stuff, touch stuff.
Sure enough.
Yeah. There is a galley. It's a little pitiful. I kind of built it on a whim. But the machines there actually make real food instead of just nutrient sludge. You may have to give it the right of percussive maintenance, but it should work.
So, Savalera is going to head off in that direction.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh,
There's a galley. Looks like it could fit up to 50 people. None of the chairs match. None of the tables match. Sometimes there's benches. Sometimes there's stools. the entirety of the outside wall is lined with vending machines or machines that turn material into food items. They're all from different makers, different eras. Have a vast variety of just. It's like a food court, but with machines.
Perfect, because that's what Savalaire is hungry as usual, and going to stuff is full, and we can discuss over a meal. Sounds good, guys.
I suppose so. Perhaps we could move some of these machines onto the orrery as well. But
There's
would
only
be-
one machine that has a neon marker on it,
Oh yes.
and it is a beverage machine.
Does it make moon juice?
It makes moon juice, but it also makes space coffee and space
Nice.
tea.
Go
But
for
we
the
also
space
can't
tea.
mess with it. Don't touch is what it. That
Yeah,
marker means.
don't touch.
Oh,
There
oh.
is a terminal or a dispenser connected to it that isn't marked.
Mhm.
So it pulls from the reservoir and can make moon juice or coffee, but it doesn't have the reservoir of materials. So you can get
Gotcha.
space coffee or moon juice or space tea. Just don't touch the core device.
Gotcha. So I'm gonna get some.
But yeah.
I'm gonna get some space tea.
I get some space coffee.
A lot of energy in there. When you drink it, increase your influence by 5.
Oh.
Yeah, there's a reason why this particular
okay,
model
okay.
is.
We didn't hit tribulations with that. That could have been really bad.
I thought something like that was gonna come up eventually. Just
That's why I left it 90 and not like 105 or something. If I was
Right.
there, that would have been unfortunate.
and then I get all kinds of food and start eating it.
Get
Pretty
some
good.
space hot dogs.
So, pros
There's
and
probably
cons.
Are there any food dispensers from my mining world? Because they probably have something like this there. Looks like processed rat meat or something.
There is one terminal that is called Creature Comforts, and it does make weird food items that the desperate would be accustomed to.
Get some home cooking.
There is rat on a stick.
Great.
Nostalgia.
Oh, would you look at that? I haven't had this in years, or a year or so. Get me a rat on a stick.
Tasty.
Mm. And then Chunpo still doesn't need to eat. But could.
There is nutrient paste. Also,
Delicious.
Tree Buddy is always hungry. So
Yeah.
Oh, true. Corpse paste. Mmm.
Nothing like corpse starch for the Emperor. Different game. I'll just try to lick up some nutrients paste and see what that actually tastes like, and see if Tree Buddy just like noms it up.
oh yeah, he eats just about anything.
Okay.
It's gone in a flash, and you can almost feel like Tree Buddy is like a hungry doggo that inhaled whatever you just gave him, and he's looking up at you like, more.
Next one.
Oh, I know that look.
Yeah. But unlike a dog who can be full, Tree Buddy will not. But you can temporarily satiate him, but you would use a lot of resources to do that. But maybe it's worth it. Who knows? Tree Buddy is both intrigued and repulsed by whatever the wanderer was giving that other tree. Like, he could feel power, raw power in that resource, but also is completely repulsed, disgusted by how unappetizing it is. So it's like, I don't know how I feel. I hungry for it, but it's also disgusting.
Mmm.
Thank you.
So lads, what are we thinking?
I'm thinking I'm not going to drink any more of that coffee. Whoo boy, did that have a zing.
I could probably stand to drink some because I'm at 0, but
Nothing
Sure.
like having some tea among friends.
Does the tea have horrible effects too? I guess this isn't really horrible normally, but
All the beverages just give you 5 influence.
oh, okay.
And yes, you can go get more.
I don't want more.
So, pros. A new path for us that utilizes our current already Ori. We're already
Yes,
on
and
a good path for it. We already have things. What do you think?
mhm.
What are you saying?
Oh, well, they have much more artificer schools as well, and I was interested in that path. That's a pro.
And yes, they do have space artifice demolitions.
Well, of course.
Someone's got to blow up that planet.
Well, yeah.
I made this really ridiculous giant laser firing planet destroying orb. And it is
Got-
not called a Death Star, promise. I
Yep.
call it a Doom Ball.
Or the little doctor.
That's it.
That makes a lot of explosions.
this, for me, there is a way that this aligns with my goals, and I would be okay either way. Um, the only thing I could then ask is, what truth would we be seeking, and how does this change our path and orientation of everything?
Not sure how it would change everything, but I'm pretty sure it would change everything.
The Savalaire, well, one of the questions that I had asked more pertained to you and your fate bonded rather than me and the Gun Saint. While
yes, I could have figured that.
yeah.
You have to remember that there are two things about fate. One, for me at least, fated companions are fated to be. But you can also choose, the second part, your fate. I've already chosen one companion, Kunimitara. I've also, well, not chosen, I suppose, but Midnight Sigh is someone I'm also interested in. There's two. And then there is the last one fated to be.
You sly dog.
3 is a good number. But, it's... if it's fated to be, and especially if fate is at work here, it's going to be interesting to see how that comes along. So I feel like it will all work out in the end for my choices.
So you're saying choices don't matter?
Oh, they do matter because you get to choose your own fate, but I feel like it will all work out because I am positive that it will. But the freedom to choose is also the most important, which is where we're at the impasse here. Do we choose the high road or the low road?
Quite literally.
Yes.
Well, what we can say goodbye to a lot of social things. Granted, I think the three of us could keep each other somewhat social, and I think Midnight Sigh already being on the path, our masters already aligned with the path. It wouldn't hurt that aspect, but we could kiss things like tournaments, unless there's space gladiator tournaments,
Well,
or at least it would be very different.
the Wanderer, as she calls herself, they call themselves? Anyway,
Not sure. Yeah.
they seem to imply that there are competitions for opportunities that they curate and try to promote as much as possible.
I could see the need for our need for the computer and everything else that we've been working for with this run creating something very beneficial because accurate prismatic scans of whatever we would want to scan, I think, even if we were, and if we found newbies, handing a newbie something like that, by golly, I think we would be valued within the cosmic community.
It seems like we already are. They're trying to push us to select this. Which also leads to the question of what do they gain from it? Because they were implying that, well, maybe they're just trying to get us to grow enough so that they can then consume us.
I didn't catch that part. That's scary.
Well,
Yeah.
they didn't quite say that, but they were also saying that other practitioners are resources, and seems like they imply that they're just below their notice as far as resource generation is concerned right now.
I think that's actually. I don't think, well, maybe. I think some would qualify us as literally resources. But imagine if we had a team of newbies doing certain things that we wanted. They become a resource that produces something for us. But we are also helping them on their path. I think eventually it's a level of, well, we're going out to do our own thing, and if we burn the bridge and cut ties, then they no longer have us as a resource.
Hmm.
I think it's a dangerous game either way because being considered a resource is rough. But if the Wanderer sees our giving us a computer to grant themselves prismatic scannings in the long run, if they're playing the long game and we're doing the heavy lifting for it, and to which they did say they'd pay us for it. So I mean, I think it's a little bit of an even trade. But if we view it like that, then
Well, it's not necessarily true, but it is certainly something worth considering.
I think as long as we don't come across a practitioner that's a literal black hole that consumes everything, we'll probably be okay. I'm just speculating.
Oh, sure.
So let's talk about this second for out of character. What really comes to mind is that this is a completely different path from what Matt has currently. So if we choose to go the cultivation route of the cosmos, this is like instead of having an evening game part two, this is a morning game, and then they have an evening game. This isn't Like, this isn't following in their steps. This is making our own path, which Matt would have to build
I'm
upon.
down with it. I will
Yeah.
literally build
Yeah, this is
all
why
the
you-
maps,
Yeah,
all the
this is why you've offered
characters.
Yeah. Because you wouldn't have offered otherwise. That's the thing.
Correct.
You wouldn't have had this conversation, this, whole session pretty much has been, hey guys, you have options. And it's important to make them because it's,
Yeah.
you're so I think it would be fun to do. And I'm down for it. We already have a system in place of doing things with it, but it takes away from what we originally, the idea of what we were doing originally. So I guess that's the question. Expectations. Do you want to do something new, or do you want to continue down the path and then just have the cosmos stuff as a, I don't know, we could sell stuff, I suppose, like, because we could do earthly tribulations, have that resource, sell it on the Star Exchange, but not explore the cosmos and advance through that way. Keeping things in a smaller sense. I wouldn't say easier, but it's a path that's already been taken. Or we can try the cosmos.
Yeah, what you'd be looking at is you'd still be allowed to do runs and collect cosmic resources.
Yeah.
But you would not be permitted to participate in any of the events.
Yeah.
Unless it was through an earthly access.
Right.
Like the stars aligned on the Earth and you had the correct refining plate that caught the starlight and opened a stargate. And then you have to complete the dungeon and get out before the stargate closes. Like that type of thing. Instead of frolicking around going, hey, this place is pretty cool. How long do we get? We don't have a time limit. Dope. Let's do this. That's the difference.
I would. Can it be asked what a cosmic event would look like if we are not allowed to participate in earthly events?
A star has undergone a cultivation increase because stars can cultivate themselves in certain areas, and there are star motes that it's shedding from its previous power, and all the cultivators are gathered up, and it is a competition to collect star mote and absorb them to gain star power and fusion. Like, you would be told, you can watch, but no further. Also, you get the watch way the fuck over there, like the worst seats, but you can watch. They're very possessive. But, I mean, that's every path.
One, for example, sorry to cut you off there, is the new key card we got. That seems like a cosmic event that we would go to interact with because it's like a space station or some type of thing along those lines. And,
you'd have to sell that, but you'd get a lot of money for it, though.
Yeah.
One of the things that, also things that we could expect going down body and ship cultivation. So, like the orrery and ourselves, because we would be going in the opposite direction. Granted, we're already really strong in certain regards. At a certain point, we would have to ask what we want to do in space. Is like this is our regular thing, whether or not we're studying things or we are going on runs consistently, or if we're like an emergency broadcast response unit of, hey, we go save people that are in desperate need of help, or
there is a road.
Okay.
That's one of the things that they did tell you about, so that you don't wander aimlessly and drift. Is if you follow there's a star path. It's really windy. It goes through all the major different zones. Think of like Star Wars. There's these hyperlanes. There's one particular hyperlane that is basically walking the path, going through zones, going through checkpoints.
Okay. One other side narrative to that. Do we go through large swaths of time that we do training and cultivating? I think the other Johnny had mentioned that at one point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you guys will go through a different kind of game. You guys will skyrocket past the morning group in time, but you may be of equal strength, at least in your respective areas. It'll be different. I'm just going to say it's going to be wholesomely different than the Earth path, and if you were able to pick the Heavenly path, it would be wholesomely different as well. I built basically 3 different games.
But we don't have a path to the heavenly path at the moment.
No, unfortunately not.
I'd be willing to roll those dice, just see what happens. Is there anything like a level of we go in but we were unprepared and then we immediately die? It would leave like a sour taste in my mouth. And to which I don't think you would just do that outright, but is there anything that are on our character sheets that should change as like a transition?
There will be changes, yeah.
Okay.
Some stuff may actually be funneled through the exchange option, which will get you merit. But you can't ever get it back. But who cares? You're on a different path. And yes, there are things in which you can just show up and insta-die. But that's every game. Even the morning group, they've had to do that several times. They went and challenged death. And the first challenge of death's domain was, you have died. Convince the GM how you haven't.
Okay.
And each of them were like, I was prepared for this because we did our research. A lot of it is preparation is important. Having aces in the holes, trump cards, life-saving artifacts, a copious amount of shenanigans and bullshit no jutsu. All of these will keep your character alive, but you're already in an area where if you guys couldn't see the anomaly, you guys could have died multiple times already.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Just me doing stupid stuff has allowed us to see the seeable. So sometimes failure works out, guys.
Yes.
So,
and yeah, only thing I could say would be I would like to pursue the bees because that was something that I was like, we were on that. If we stuck to Earthly, we were going to be going down that area, and I get there are other things like well, you said that we could pull Bullet Hell Mountain up from the Earth.
yeah, so Yonanying Magnetic Mountain. Heavenly practitioners have found ways to refine like mountain ranges or rivers or glades, like literal biomes. Scoop it up, refine it, shrink it down, put it in their pocket for a rainy day. Cosmic cultivators can do that with celestial bodies. Oh, look. Is that a white dwarf? I think I'm going to spend a while, refine it, shrink it down, put it in my pocket. So next time I have to fight someone, you're like, all right, this is a rock, paper, scissors game. And you're like, no, this is a rock, paper, scissors star. And they're like, oh, I didn't think of that option.
Gotcha. All I ask is that we get the bees, and as quickly as possible. Then, if we do go cosmic.
So I guess both me and Poe go to checkpoint 2 whilst I guess we can go to checkpoint 2 and then go back for the tournament.
thought the tournament was at Checkpoint 2.
No.
Oh, my bad.
No, it's Checkpoint 1. They have a different area
Gotcha.
behind the castle that they hosted in.
So
You
yeah,
could
that's
spend
awesome.
time.
Yeah.
It's quite the journey, though. Morning group took like 3 months to get through it.
Okay.
And it was quite an
Oh.
opportunity. And it was very fun to tell that story. That was very fun.
Oh, going from checkpoint 1 to 2?
Mhm.
Okay.
I actually have maps.
See, we could find a way to postpone our decision to get there, to get
Mhm.
the resources.
And the cool part is, with the opportunity that the players in the evening group cultivated, you wouldn't miss out on that either, because it also includes access to cosmic cultivators for that opportunity. You can thank John for that. He overspent on resources, so he got a
with his Once Upon a
turbocharged.
Time. Yeah.
Yeah, and he also overspent on other resources to improve how cool it was. And I'm like, well, this is what it looks like now. He's like, oh.
Alrighty. Well, yeah, just in detail. Well, not in detail, but like for me, I would want to plan and figure a way just to get the bees. Otherwise, I'm more than fine with Cosmic. Lyron, I get the feeling that you don't mind either way. I don't. Do you have a stipulation that you want before you do Cosmic?
Not really. I just need to make sure that my master is okay with it.
Fair. And yes, I need to do that too, actually.
So, this is a great session 0 to kind of figure out if we want to go start New Game Plus, I suppose.
No, you guys were playing open beta.
It's true. Yeah, we were, but are tribulations going to be like they are in space in this case? So the 1D1000 roll for that, and plus the like you have to get all your bolts in order to get the big one kind of deal, unlike the other ones.
There might be a smidge of difference for what happens when tribulation happens in space.
Well, yeah, because we're already kind of experiencing that already, because we've done, I think, at least 2 in space.
I know I got shot at.
And you didn't get all your bolts. If you would have got all your bolts, you would have been able to get the big one. We did that for our Solum one. They went all through all in bronze, and then got the ethereal charged nebulum. So yeah, that's going to be an important thing to note, guys. Is that would change, be different. If we continue down, on the Earth side, we know kind of what we're expecting, because we got to get to the. At least I know what the mountain one it would entail. I don't know what space ones would entail. That's the thing of note here, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, and now that you have to pick a path, John won't complain about you guys just doing whatever anymore.
Yep.
That was so funny. He's like, they're not even playing the game. I'm like, hold on, let them cook.
We're doing stuff.
Yeah. I have an NPC lined up for this if they go touch things. Which they will, because no one can resist touching things.
We love touching things.
Exactly.
Alrighty. We still got about an hour, unless we're ending it.
No, full session today.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I am feeling better, turns out,
Plus, we don't have next week, so nice to get a full one in.
Mm-hmm.
I am definitely for the cosmic path, but I think Lar has the most reasons to
Roots.
not want to.
Yeah, I agree. I concur. I'm trying to brainstorm in my head ways to have a hand in what happens on the earthly realm. Um, Mostly just with the recreation card. I'm trying to think of like it's one of two ways. One, I have my guys go through the Earth side while we do the cosmic side, and they improve in their own little side thing that's not happening that we're not dealing with, but they're doing themselves, like happening while we progress. The other one is me just turning my recreation card into a martial world in itself, because that's kind of what I had planned in the pipeline anyway. Of add heaven and earth energies crystals to the world core, turning it into the ability for it to produce that for the people on the card in the card, and they would undergo tribulation, yada yada. And that could happen while we cultivate, and it would also provide a time scale boost, because while we would be doing stuff in the cosmos, lots of years would be passing inside the card, which would allow advancements that I wouldn't be able to do on the earthly realm. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And if
Like it
that
makes
happens,
sense other than your connections. If you have a way to, well, you can help with tribulations in space too, and people seem
that's
a
the
lot
thing.
more
Yeah,
willing to
exactly.
help out their miners, which means that your venture could work a whole lot better here than uh,
Another, well,
elsewhere.
a side thing with the idea of my bees. If you make, I was wondering if you would want the bees on your world, and like I would stop by and just make sure that things
Yeah,
are
no, I
running
think that's
smoothly.
a great idea.
Oh
The
yeah,
only
because
thing,
then you wouldn't need to have a habitat for that because you just
yeah,
put it in.
yeah, and let that do it naturally, and also collect from heaven earth energies that were introduced. The only thing I'm worried about is you getting the bees in the first place, because we have to.
Get
You
to
have to
checkpoint
be.
too.
Yeah, I thought it was more of just. I know there's that beekeeper in the middle there, but I thought
Yes.
you paid them, the beekeeper, to give you honey.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I wanted to become a beekeeper
Yeah,
that
yeah, no,
then.
I understand
You
that.
would
Yeah,
be what is called a bee owner. You would actually
yeah,
not keep the bees. They keep the bees there, and
Oh.
you send money to raise your hive. Because unless you had a protective space, which you could argue, hey, we have an entire hidden world that you can raise these bees, and they'd be
Mhm.
like, oh, well, you make a good point. But you might be stuck having to learn beekeeping, like cultivator beekeeping, which would not be a short amount of time. But if you're a cosmic cultivator, time is like your thing.
Yeah.
yeah.
So who knows? There's a lot of question marks around that, but it's not a no. Or you can just send him resources, and he just keeps the bees there, and you just wire uh, transfer cultivator resources and money to him, and he just raises your bees.
I gotcha. Um. Well, I don't know what. Let's see, because we could just wire money and stuff, but if we had our own, I feel like that might be more beneficial to us because it'd be difficult and time consuming, but we'd be saving money, and then also we'd have more control over what type of bees we wanted to cultivate and what type of honey we wanted to cultivate.
But that's where that beekeeping would come in. So,
Yes.
but hey,
That could be a
Wanderer
project
did
for you,
say,
though.
yeah, Wanderer did mention, projects are really important for cosmic cultivators. Without them, you kind of start to unravel.
I would really like to see if I don't think it would happen, but I'm just like, hey, Wanderer, do you think the tree sap and some bee honey? I realize it's a million years, but maybe that's something of interest to you.
Well, you're bringing Earth Beasts, so we're going to have to start a very long conversion process where they go through multiple mutations and evolutions into
Space bees.
space bees.
Gotcha. Okay.
But space bees sound pretty cool.
Yeah, it's hard because it's a big choice. You know what I mean, guys? It's like
Mm.
Yeah.
we can't go back on our decision. And
You guys want a week to think about it?
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, we're gonna have time to think about it either way. I don't know if that was intended, Matt, because it's more next week is off anyway.
Yeah.
Um,
I would have you post in the channel the whole time. We
Yeah.
still play for another hour. We're just,
yes,
it doesn't have to be
just
decided now. But
I think we're all leaning on it. I think we're all leaning towards cosmic cultivation, just
Mhm,
because we
mhm.
have the tools to do
that would be
so.
wild.
Yeah. If we didn't have a spaceship, and well, this wouldn't happen either way. We wouldn't have this opportunity too if we didn't have the orrery and to put our hands in space. If we just kind of just did our own thing. It's very fun that from a raid we're getting this opportunity instead of just like kind of stumbling it on another way. It's like something we wished for and kind of went for it. But yeah. It's just the collector Kunimitara. My twin and my fated companion that I haven't met yet. Those are the only ones, but that can happen in space for the fated companion. My twin, I'm sure will figure out a way to maybe get on the order either way and do their own thing. And Kuni Mitara is the wild card of it could happen, but there's a lot of her character has a lot of roots already, especially being one of the heads of the household. Cooney might be more of my what would you call my attachment to the earthly realm, and
The attachment.
um, maybe that's a
But
key in my third with my three. Um,
yeah. Wanderer did say
yeah,
if your grudge is as deep as you say it is,
Mhm.
that's not going to be a problem because significant consequences and costs to destroy the target of your grudge, however which way, is just an inconvenience if the
Yeah.
grudge is deep enough.
I'm yeah. The collector isn't an issue. It's Kunimitara, honestly, is the only thing I need to figure out.
Well, they haven't really done much with their cultivation, though.
Yeah.
Turns out. So,
How are they already black gold if they haven't been cultivating that much?
it just sometimes, like when you eat food or drink that has a lot of energy, or if you undergo body refinement, or if you do a certain, like absorb certain metals, you just gain influence as you go because you're just, those energies infuse into you.
Gotcha. Very opposite of how Chun Po has done things.
You can literally sit there and go, and sit cross-legged in Yoda the lotus position, and absorb the energies. That speeds it up. But other people are like, but the master said I have to do these 8 things first, and it's fuck.
Gotcha.
So
Well,
Go ahead, Chumpo.
I just to get it out of the way, I vote for Cosmic.
I also vote for Cosmic.
I love how I'm the one that introduced this all, and I'm the one that's holding his back right now.
Well, it makes sense that you're holding us back. It also makes sense that you were the one who found it.
these are
so.
good things to consider, though.
Yeah.
Yes.
What was I going to say? I have something in mind. Fuck. I should have said it when I had it there.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I think what we should do next is we should get the computer and then move on to finishing the raid.
Yeah, we do have to get out.
We got one more thing to look at. And then
What do you mean?
Oh,
there was one more thing of note.
Oh, one more thing of note.
Because this was not the thing of note. This was something that you happened to see because you looked deep within yourself or outside.
I thought this was our third thing, and we couldn't grab like the computer, or well, because the computer was a gift, that didn't qualify.
Is this the third thing, or was I?
I could be wrong, but that's what I thought.
I could also be wrong.
I thought a third option was third pick was the computer. I thought that's what we were here for. And this just
Well, you
happened
got
to
one.
be. Yeah, we got one. We just got to pick it up, grab it.
Yep.
But that GM, so the computer is our third, the last thing that we could get, even, or was because it was a gift. Do we have a third thing?
In specifics to the raid, Matt. The
Yeah,
0 out
sorry.
of 3.
I mean, here, I think you guys have already picked your 3. So yeah, you have completed your raid.
Yippee!
Yeah, yippee. Oh no, you said it. It's time.
So, yeah, I need to. We need to have discussion with characters. I think is the only thing that's holding me back. And you guys, I think what we should do next session after we configure the orrery from our, finish this hour and configure the orrery with the raid stuff, is deciding if we're going to go to checkpoint 2, and then I don't know, get a pilot to bring us back over for the tournament, and then move on from there and the choice. Because the tournament and moving on to checkpoint 2, that travel to get the bees would probably be our last things we would do before moving on to Cosmic.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds nice. I think that's a good way to transition.
I agree. In between, so like conversations for me, figuring out bees, and past that, should be good. But yeah, just talking to my master, whether or not they actually want to go onto the cosmic path right now, or if they're just like, eh. But
And I love that we have a space NPC that we found here that is because this is a great base of operations for making new raids in this area, and we can bring the orrery in. I think it's really fun. I think that should be nice.
oh,
Okay.
What were you about to finish?
I was just saying we should grab the computer and leave.
Sounds good.
I agree.
I agree as well. I do have a side comment that I think might be interesting.
Okay.
With our with completing the computer and being able to sell translated prismatic scans, and also this station almost being here, I would I would be interested in asking the Wanderer, just like, would you be interested in us bringing noobs here and getting this station more active? If not, cool. But if we had a way to bring, like, if we were selling these scans and people showed interest and they wanted to invest and put people
I
in,
don't think it's a good idea to do it here.
fair enough. Because there's
Mostly
a
because
tree.
of the tentacles that come out
Yeah,
and kill
yeah,
people.
that thing.
This is more of just like a, coincidence, fate,
Hmm.
destiny, even, especially with us adding this new interaction with that. I think we're, say, thank you for Wanderer, and I will say, it is a great honor to be able to take your truth with us, and we will keep it safe. And
Do
always
not
know that we
allow
can.
it to descend to the earthly road. It must remain on your vessel.
Yes, of course. I understand. It will stay in the Ori.
Thank goodness. If a truth crystal does fall, there will be problems, and I'll have to go get it, and I'm gonna have to
Right.
make a mess.
Right.
And also, the truth faction will get involved, and gosh dang it. So I'm trusting you big time, and I get great benefits for doing it. But please don't lose my truth crystal.
You have my word.
Okay.
Keeping it
Continue,
on the
sorry.
orrery. Keep it on the orrery.
We will take that with us,
Mhm.
and I hope you like the information that we bring you. I'm sure it will be quite beneficial. In whatever
I'm
way.
in no rush.
I understand that.
Do you have
But
any
that's
requests for scans?
No,
Okay.
I have a recommendation. Start small.
Fair enough.
we are doing that.
Work your way up. Even scans of ships, like the broken ones here, are of value. Scans of refined material, shaped material, instead of ore in some sort of asteroid or comet, extracted ore that's been refined into metal. And then that's a new shape. That is a new scan. Those are also of value. So, not just celestial objects.
Mm.
Uh, Take your time, start small, and just make sure it's correct. I can pay you in secrets, cash, cosmic resources. I've got a few favors I could call in if you need help somewhere. You've got things people covet, but you're small enough that they socially can't take it from you. Fun.
But if we choose not to walk the galactic or the cosmic realm or the cosmic path, then they would be able to just take it.
No, it's still uncouth.
Ah,
Yeah, no, it doesn't matter. As long as you're up here, if you are considered a junior, then no, they cannot.
okay.
Now, I get the benefit of meeting you first and making deals with you first, which is pretty great. You have some very unique, or at least very scarce, assets, resources, and talent. Holy geometrics and prismatic and dharmasite, that's incredible. And you will need those down the line when push comes to shove. Like, holy geometrics is, that's a class of its own. Really.
I have to work on my practice.
Yep. But at your pace. I hear it's even more difficult than prisms. There is no room for error at all. Would I be right? Am I correct in that particular rumor?
Well, I think the you can be wrong once, and then you're never wrong again. But you know,
Good thing I'm not going down that path. You got this,
Mhm.
Jumbo.
Any particular choice, or are you still deliberating?
what do you mean?
Have you made a decision, or are you deliberating still?
I
Either's fine.
for cosmic or Earth,
Correct.
or yes, I have made my choice.
Mm.
And I believe that there's still some kinks that we're trying to work out, but
Yes, I have some questions for my master before I can make a choice. And
yes. Otherwise, the choice for I believe the choice for us has been made.
Very well.
Wanderer, thank you for your time. I know thank you is a hard ask for people, but I give it because, well, it's the right thing to do. And maybe you can take that upon me in the future when you need it the most. But I
No,
still,
you're a junior, and I'm not a slaver, so I appreciate the sentiment. It is just merely a thank you, an expression of gratitude. That's all.
well, I
well,
do.
shall
I have
we? Oh,
one question before we go, Wanderer. I'm going to
Sure.
show the Vicarious data chip that I got from Vicarious Session 2. Are you good with technology? You must be with how you deal with the current day to day of all these things. I got this
Well,
from Vicarious.
oh, well, I'm not talented,
Hmm.
not in the way some very, very gifted people, but as a cosmic cultivator, I have time and I learn the trades and the crafts. So I do know my way around technology, but I'm not talented like actual geniuses. As for that chip, I might have to run it through one of my more secure devices.
I plan
Suppose.
to use it for my population to help them grow and advance. But even
Do you know what's on it?
though it is information on technology and advancements for everything, I suppose, from buildings to agriculture to science, the whole shindig. But I haven't given it to my populace because I trust Vicarious, but I must verify its contents before I can provide them with um, the opportunity. And I
It's a
was wondering,
civilization anthology.
civilization mythology.
Mhm.
Um,
Basically, it helps a civilization ascend past their current restrictions. It's
mhm,
never useful if the world is divided into factions, but if it's under one rule, that's where its strength comes in the greatest,
I see.
because they have no fear of it
Going
uh,
astray, I suppose.
going astray or there being a war for it. So, sounds like you could use it. We'll have to use one of my secure machines, or my high capacity machines.
Yes, I would
Could.
appreciate if you could do that for me, and that's the only ask I have.
We'll see. I'll have to boot it up. It takes a while.
I'll pass it
Thanks.
over in the meantime. Um,
You can put it in the safe lockbox there.
okay, Savlair does it.
Yeah. So, there's a lot of machines on this station I've cobbled together. Unlike some of the cleaner, newer, and nicer facilities you'll see at some other of the organizations, or sects, or well, houses. A lot of this is antiques, but I like them. They have their quirks. A lot of them are sleepy. They take a while to awaken and get running before you can get them to do what you want, which I find endearing.
Well,
Hmm.
see you soon, I suppose.
Oh, as for guests, I don't particularly mind them. Just I would prefer if you didn't advertise this particular location. If you end up having to sell the location of the Sargasso, that's fine. But this particular hideout of mine, most of its security comes from obscurity and how far away it is.
Shunpo gives a thumbs up. Understood.
Yeah. And if you're able to keep the knowledge and location of the Sargasso a continued secret, well, it's a resource pool just for you, which is that's actually pretty rare, not having to share resources.
Mhm.
Usually, if there's like an asteroid belt that's discovered, everyone descends on it like locusts, and there's rights, there's territories, there's claims, there's everyone tries to get their cut. But I'm just here for my tree. You guys can, if you find something neat, you can always bring it back, and I'll make a trade for it or tell you about it or whatever. But as long as me and my tree go undisturbed.
Wanderer,
Sure.
is there a push to try and bring cosmic cultivators into the fold?
Always.
Okay.
I put a little bit of extra effort into my sales pitch, mostly because there's too many ideal factors. The Truth Faction, Lore Keeper, and the fact that duality is involved. Your masters are all bound to the cosmos anyways, including Vicarious. They just are on the cusp of making that journey, and you're just facilitating. They would all make wonderful cosmic cultivators, or at least assets in the cosmos. Most importantly, you are a holy geometrics practitioner, which is that's amazing. you're an energy being, or on the cusp of becoming an energy being, which is really ideal because biology doesn't play well with space. But you're well on your way to just excelling. Also, you have some sort of really cool spacesuit.
Oh, that one wasn't even me, but yes.
Yeah. And you are already cosmic royalty. So, as they point to Lar, you serve fate bonds. So the name you bear is well known here. It's completely obscure, and only the person who you hold a grudge against knows of your people on the earthly path. But up here, that name has power, or at least puts caution in people's hearts. Especially if you're pure blood like you are, which is. I think the colloquialism is stop them from acting a fool. Did I get that right?
Ah, yes. Up in here.
Oh, I forgot that part. Yes. Up in here. And you also have a moon that is your master, which is really funny and also very interesting. Because I didn't know you could do that. I really got to figure out if I can have a master disciple relationship with one of the ascended celestial bodies. That would be thought for later.
What about that anomaly at the center of the Sargosa?
I have no idea. That has been question marks ever since I got here. I have no clue. And I would love answers, but every time I've gotten close or gotten any traction, the thing notices. So we kind of have this you leave me alone, I leave you alone type of thing. And that suits me just fine. Whatever it is, it's way out of my league. That's for certain.
Theoretically, because the only way Savalair saw it was prismatic eyesight. Would you want to scan without carefully?
I don't even care if it's incorrect. Just if it's a spotty patchwork, that would be fine. Just don't piss it off.
That's the goal.
Yeah, it could be multiple snapshots, and then it gives me a project to try and put it together. But just don't catch its attention, and don't piss it off, and everything is fine. Yeah.
Understood.
Yeah. And don't go after its treasures. Those are hard to get because they're the closest to it in the Sargasso. So the very inner ring. Those are its treasures. I looked at one once and I got pissed.
Just looking at it.
Yeah, just looking at it.
I think I remember. What was it? The wording from that thing was, if we take notice of the things that it wants and we want what it wants, then it notices us.
That is very accurate because you are absolutely correct. There are entities, this one seems to be one of them, that can sense that. That's like an 11th sense. I don't know. I'm still mulling over if that is truth. My truth crystal says yes, but it's also having a hard time elucidating what the yes but is. It's a bunch of garble. It haunts me because it's my truth crystal and it's just producing gibberish for an answer. Yeah.
I think it's best if either I'm going to get this computer installed.
Of course. I've got many others, so if that one doesn't work, I've got other ones.
Alrighty. I don't know if you guys want to keep talking to Wanderer, but
I'm ready to go back to the Ori.
Okay.
Yes.
Alrighty. what role would you want us to do for putting this computer in? Because I thought there was like a
Oh,
role
that's
to.
fine. I have that. I have that covered. We
Okay,
just need to
cool.
finish
Never
the
mind.
run. We just need to finish the run.
Right. Got to get out.
Because it is a reward of the run.
Whether you pick the path of the cosmos or not, you're welcome here. Just don't bring your woe in trouble here. You can hide out just as long as they didn't follow you home.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. Oh, and for the beast that is chasing you, it will not take an inch further while you're here. It's afraid of the anomaly.
I would be too, honestly.
So feel free to dwiddle your time away here. That beast will actively do nothing while you're here. In fact, it's kind of a blessing in disguise. I do know a couple people who would either pay heavily for the privilege of knowing where it is, or I can get you an introduction to a beast tamers sect of the cosmos, and they tame or capture or whatever. They tame those creatures.
Oh yes.
Yeah, it's kind of a commitment because the one that's following you is not small, or is it young? But if you end up joining the Cosmic Path, you could just sell the information, and that would be a really big opportunity for that particular organization because it's very hard to get one to come into the actual universe proper. They have to go fishing on the edge of the universe, and they have the you've probably felt this, like you can literally fall out.
Oh, yes, we literally did.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
it's really gosh darn dangerous, even for very powerful cultivators. Like, even I don't play silly buggers with the edge of the universe because I could easily fall out. Fortunately, I got.
You should tether your ship if you don't want to fall out.
You would think, but sometimes the thing you tether yourself to also gets dragged out. Depends on the force.
Well, I guess that's true, but we also didn't even do that.
Yeah. So the
It
fact
was
that
scary.
one has committed to going into the universe instead of, existing outside in the abyss. Oh, that is. See, this is another reason why you guys would be great on the Cosmic Path, but that's me selling it. Just don't mind me. I'm a salesperson right now. Join us. Join us. So they kind of
Do it.
quietly whisper at you guys. Don't mind the voices. There's an echo sometimes. Join us.
All right. So we trek our way back across the hall into the
Gotta go through the airlock.
into the port.
Noticeably, especially to Lyron, the damage sector looks a little bit repaired. And Lara, you see these little spindle buddies stitching the hull back together.
Nice.
Oh, of our ship?
No, the damaged.
Like over here, the
Crossing
middle.
did.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there.
Okay.
Forgot I had to move. 1 sec.
Yeah, they wrap around polygons, and then they pull it over and slap it together with other polygons to form layers. It's like it's like a hornet's hive or some sort of like net. It's like a hive of these things working together to build this.
Okay.
It's only Lar is able to see it, but you actually see, like you would see on a Necron, the necrodermis actually regrowing, even though you can't see the forces behind it. The hull is regenerating.
Yeah, whatever the Wanderer cultivates, that is some dangerous power.
Yeah, at first I thought it was Nightmare type of that because of being able to go in between. And it's almost like an
Yeah.
opposite of Edges because of the
It
prisons.
might be a little bit Nightmare, yeah.
Yeah, but it's the only thing I could think of to actually get in to that kind of.
And
But
what would
anyway.
the Cosmic Nightmare cultivation look like? That would be freaking wild. I am Cosmic Horror. Oh, that makes more sense.
Yeah, that's fair.
I've got a lot of Cosmic Horror art, so if you ever do decide to go down that path, I'm ready.
I don't think I'm ready though, so I'll pass for now.
You see, part of me, whenever I hear cosmic horror, I'm just like, oh, well, look at the stars. Oh, what's that thing? And then, like, the nebula out in the distance just turns and looks at you, and you're just like, oh, no.
Oh, you wanted to look at this star? Oh, really? Look at all these teeth. Why does the nebula have teeth? Oh, why does the star gone? Yeah, what now? Yeah. There might be Cosmic Horror that you could pursue in this game. I don't know.
I'm
Already
telling
have
you guys.
Cosmic Horror following us around.
Hey, DM.
Yeah.
Would xenomorph acid blood qualify as poison?
Why not? You go ahead and make it that. Make it yours. If it
Okay.
doesn't, make it classified as poison. Just like, if it gets in your veins, it kind of fucks up your veins now, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, as long as you call it a poison, I think it's a poison.
My truth crystal says it's a poison.
Yep. It is completely poisonous to biological and other inanimate objects or inorganic. It's just it's a matter poison. That's what it is. It poisons matter and breaks it down at a rapid rate.
Gotcha. Alrighty. What do we do to get out?
Get back on the order.
Sounds good.
Get back on the ship.
Go
Run!
for the chopper!
So Midnight Side didn't actually enter the airlock.
Should probably
No,
just
they've
my
been
shadow
exploring.
shotgun. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So she is a cosmic cultivator?
They are, yeah.
Okay.
Matt did say the stars did align when we were on Bullet Hell Mountain, so.
Mm.
And they have Moon Qigong, so that was, not a lot of people have that, especially like how they were saying we have solar and stuff is, Chung Po, get your ass over here.
Oh, whoops, my bad. Yay!
He's hanging out with the spaceman. My goodness.
Spaceman! Moon Cube.
All right. Let's head back. And call this a completed 3 out of 3 run.
Okay, and how much time did that take?
That is the question.
That is the question.
So we might be like right at the tournament now then.
Well, yeah, the
That
run.
would fuck with moving to or getting to the B guy, but
Yeah.
it took a day. I remember to do the first interaction, our first one, right?
Oh,
And
sure.
and then it's I'd say less than a day for the second one. So we finally kind of got our things figured out. Towed it back. The towing back might have took a little bit though, but you did it pretty quickly because we were dodging all the things.
And there was a lot of mass to move it.
Yep.
Wasn't so much
it's
being
moving
towed
fast.
as
Yeah. And then that interaction there didn't take us very long to get into, but it still took a while and effort to get across things. So I'd say at least another day. And all that matters now is just travel back, because it's pretty far to get out here. But I thought we took like a special abyssal path that was forged for us um, to get here.
Aha!
Oh,
Okay, so how much time did it take, Matt?
Say it took a week.
Took a week. Okay. So we've got like 3 months exactly then until the
Sounds good.
sword tournament.
Sounds good. I like it.
Or very close.
So we got a new power core or power generation for our ship. That has also the benefit of shielding for hard light. We got a new computer for our ship, and we also got hull for our ship from the first one, which had the picture cache in it as well.
Oh yes. Install all of it because there's still containment on the power source. We
Mhm.
have extra space at the moment for that.
you go as since this is the end of the run. Can I roll Celestial Gravatics for Stardust and Aethrum, Hydrum, or Terrum harvesting?
I'm gonna have you repeat that. Sorry.
Here, copy and paste.
Ooh, I like copy paste. Observing with the ojos is
Copy pasta.
next level. Yeah, the next level. Is that going to be on the Discord? Is it going to be in the?
I will do it on just below the chat here. And V and bam. At the end of runs, I can roll Celestial Gravatics for our harvest.
Go for it.
Cool. Do you want 2 separate rolls?
No, you make it in one.
Yeah, just one.
And Celestial
I know it's been a
Gravatics.
hot minute since we've done it, so
Yeah. No bonuses.
nice.
Good roll. Damn near a 1.
Dude.
Gain either. So which one? Savalair, you have better idea of what we have in between Aethrum, Hydrum, or Terrum.
What I think you should do too is spend. Actually, no, I don't think that will work. Or it can work. Yeah, why don't you spend your 25 or 5 key to make that plus 25, and I'll throw on a tumbleweed so you get 15 degrees of success instead of just 13.
Sure.
And my suggestion is Aethrum.
Aethrum. Okay.
Okay.
So 5 key spent. Spent to lower or to gain 25 on that, and that would just raise the target, I believe. So I think it's a total of 16 if you add a tumbleweed to it as well.
Yeah, but it's only in threes, right? So divided by 5.
Well, it's yeah. So it would be 3, and yeah, let's do Aethrum.
Sounds good.
Alrighty. Gain Stardust equal to DOS at end of each run. Okay. And 16 Stardust then. Or additional. But I don't even think we got Stardust from this, so. Puts that to 46.
Mr. Poe,
Oh,
you do feel something also kind of slide into the collection box.
oh.
Laura, you do see a little tendril guy,
Okay.
little spiral guy, kind of
Oh yeah.
just
I
drop
was
it
gonna
in
say,
and
I
then
thought you
run
were
off.
talking about Spiral first, and then you said tentacle, and I was like, oh.
No,
okay.
tendril, like little spiral
Yeah,
guy.
yeah.
He, there's a different resource. Looks like your salesperson is working hard. There is a mote of fate.
Woo!
Adding it to the resources, I'll put it right beside star motes, I think. Fate mote. I'll add our 3 Ethereum for 7 total now.
Just to clarify, so Wanderer gave us something?
What you did there.
Gotcha.
Threw in a little bit extra.
Nice. Cool. Okay. I'm unsure what a moat can actually do, but
Yeah, it is. Who knows?
coo.
But you got one.
But we got one.
I think this is a great opportunity for Lyron to talk to Vicarious.
Yes, it is. We'll go back to the planet. Master,
Yes.
I have come across a interesting opportunity.
Elaborate.
We were out in space, well, rather far out in space, in like a scrapyard of sorts, where we met a cosmic practitioner who seemed rather interested in us pursuing that path.
Interesting.
Yes, and they also seemed quite interested in your faction as well, as far as joining them as a cosmic practitioners.
Your sentence structure was odd. Do you mean they wish to join our faction, or our faction joining them?
Your faction, going up to the cosmos.
That has been one of the core essential goals ever since the Truth faction was established. Unfortunately, it is not a priority.
Well, I also thought that it's possible that you could find what you're looking for up in the cosmos. If you actually approached it as a cultivator rather than an explorer.
That is an interesting assessment.
If you're coming all the way back to Zone 1 to look for something, perhaps it's somewhere that you have not been before.
I am looking for harder and harder to find resources. Perhaps an entirely new environ could provide those needed resources. It would also allow the collection of star metal, which is required to finish fixing my frame.
Well, I was interested in pursuing this cosmic path because it seems vast, and as well, they seem rather interested in body refinement or reinforcement in the first place, which is the roadblock that we're currently running into with the learning more movement mechanics.
Interesting. Take a moment to rest now that you've returned, and then provide me with an analysis of your findings. A summary would do.
Oh, of course.
And then we can proceed from there. I am not against the idea. I too tire of limited function.
Oh, yes. I can agree on that. I suppose I will take the time to rest. Sleep for the night and have the Dark Brotherhood appear to fight us, I suppose.
The Dooch Troop arrives!
The dude.
Sorry.
One of them. A single dude troop.
It's not looking good. Make it stop!
They don't fight us.
This way.
They just merely hinder our rest.
Yeah.
Prevent you from sleeping at all. Tire you out over the course of the week.
Fatigue.
Unable to sleep. Build fatigue endlessly.
Yeah.
Okay. I go rest. And you probably wanted to go talk to Kuni Matara as well.
I will,
No.
but we can save that for another time, I suppose. It's gonna be hard, but it will. If it was fated to be, it'd be fated to be.
Gonna go ahead and I'll take the opportunity to talk to Lorekeeper then.
Do it.
Do it.
Do it.
Do it, and you shall become more powerful than you can possibly imagine.
Master.
Yes.
Wait, why is he talking to me?
I know, right?
Oh, yeah. Are you talking to little Lorekeeper or big Lorekeeper?
It would have to be Big Lorekeeper because I believe Mini Lorekeeper is still in the Poison Vault.
Okay. Well, let me go get their token, wherever the heckin' sauce they are. Let's go to Zone 1 Checkpoint 1, and they were last seen on the training fields. So let's scooch. And voila! Found a Lorekeeper. Copy. And the pasta. Pew!
Master.
Yes.
It's come to my attention that there's a high possibility to become a cosmic cultivator rather than earthly cultivator. And I was told that you actually have the ability to go down any one path that you choose at a time.
Correct.
And I wasn't sure if you had any ties to the earthly realm at this point in time, or if you'd be...
I like the food.
True.
But I can
Would-
always get more later.
Okay. As long as
Basically.
it...
Oh, good.
Yeah, as long as there wasn't an issue with going to the cosmic realm, then I'd be more than happy to both attain food for you as well as anything else that it would be needed.
Well, I might. If we do go off the cosmic path, that's fine. At certain points, if I smell a good story brewing, I might have to throw you down to the Earth path to have you record it for me.
Understood.
You'll have to work on landing, and definitely don't do the superhero landing. It's really bad on your knees.
I've been told that before.
Yeah. So I don't mind. I do like space food. It can be really elegant. It's not really filling like Earth food can be. You know, the moment where you lean back, you can't have you finished it, but you couldn't have another bite. And you have a big belly, and you slap your belly like, oh, now that was great. You don't really get that up in space. Their food is really efficient, and packed full of energy. So they're really minimalist because you can subsist off of what is called it's like a good berry pellet. No, they have a couple designs for it, but it's a food pellet, and you eat it, and it, depending on the grade, assists you for days, weeks, months at a time. You don't feel a need for hunger, but you're never full. But some of their food and drink though is really, really nice. Like there's some drinks dispensers that just serve the best beverages. Oh. Yeah. I don't mind. Either which way. I'm not running out of time. And the cosmos has more secrets and things that go unobserved. The Earth. They like to write stuff down. So it's a lot less work. So if I miss the earthly path a bit, that's fine. I can go back and be like, give me the notes. Should we make cliff notes? And they're like, we have so many cliff notes.
Understood.
Mm-hmm.
Would you want both? Well, if there was a conflict and you asked of a story, or well, conflicting sides of a story, would you want both sides?
Sure, that sounds great. I do like a multi-perspective recording.
Understood. I will be doing my best to also get a hold of some of the bees here on Earth and try to make space bees. That's one of the stipulations that I had with. Yes. That was one of the things I had as a stipulation for the group, that I would do it if I could get the bees.
Space bees. You got a little project ahead of you. How fun. Yeah. You're not afraid of hard work, are you? Making space bees is not for the weak-hearted or the lazy.
I am expecting a long and tedious process of it all.
But hey, you get space bees at the end.
Yeah. Do it for the bees.
I'm totally okay with it. When you officially decide to take on the cosmic path, I do need to be there with you. It makes the transitional hop from Earth to cosmic path a lot smoother and requires significantly less energy because you kind of just help me hop across. So, if you can ask the mysterious space person if they have a place they could take you that would be like a metaphorical transition or a representation of you stepping on the cosmic path, like yeah.
Alrighty. I'm not. Did we get like a I think we said that we were like gonna get some way to actually contact the Wanderer, but do we have that?
Only until you can get one, but usually they would rather you just show up
Gotcha.
because signals coming in and out of that area could be detected by Mr. Anomaly.
Understood. Okay.
Oh.
So just show up. Alrighty. Out of character. That I'm good.
Same, except I need a more concise summary than the talking or the points that were brought up, I guess.
Lar, we'll end with you and your conversation. Lar, Johnny McJohn.
Did he step away?
Maybe. Yeah. Hey, John.
I have a great many thoughts.
Oh yeah.
Indeed.
They may be going down a different road than you guys. So they'll still be officially stepping onto the cultivator path, but an NPC said, "Hey, you can't dilly dally anymore. You got to pick one of the two. You can't have both."
I have opinions, of course.
You have opinions? What the fuck?
In my opinion, even though NPCs are giving you the hard sell and you're getting the thumbs up from everybody to ensure that it is a legitimate option for you, there are other games that do space better as their main theming. There are very few games that you're ever going to come across, even under other GMs or other D&D campaigns, that are going to give you anything close to a legitimate cultivation experience, Z&Z style. Giving that up because of juicy, shiny things is probably a bad idea from an overall genre of the game expectations experience.
I will be leaning heavily into still the wuxia theme. Including architecture. There will be a lot of cultivating. It's just done a little bit differently, different paths, but that's like also just entering a new zone. So
I'm just bringing that up.
Yeah.
Because if you hop into the cosmic realm, it's it's still
Different.
cultivation, but it's very different.
Mhm.
Thought 2. The beginning of cosmic cultivation is almost certainly going to be the nebula. If you want to go the route of greater cosmic entities, you guys are probably going to have to go through a process to transform or be eradicated into a nebula. Because the cloud of space dust is the beginning of everything. Whether you want to become a comet, a planetoid, a moon, a star, black hole, the nebula is the beginning. Alternatively, instead of the nebula route, superstructure, Death Stars, Dyson spheres. That's where the truth faction is going to go. They are going to be the giant artificial structures that are all one being. You might as well be a moon, but you are constantly growing. And the third option is one that none of you are prepared to go down, but you'll have to be prepared to run into, that of the space whale, the star beasts. The creatures that got so gigantic they split off from the field of gravity of whatever planet they were originally on and just kept growing.
See you later, planet. Bye.
Star eaters, black hole eaters, space dragons, space whales. None of you have that heritage, and it would be hell to try to get one. So your options are pretty much the first two: Nebula
Well,
or
we can integrate demon beast cores into our body, so you could go that route that way.
Well, you're going to have to hunt a whale that eats moons in order to do that, and good luck with that.
Well, we got the perfect bait.
If you want to, it's technically not entirely impossible, but damn, are you asking for some trouble?
They have an abyssal monster that does exactly that. They have an abyssal Pac-Man going waka waka waka, and it's getting closer every day.
If you
That
go the
and-
cosmic route, you need to abandon the idea of being a human in a spaceship, because human in a spaceship is such a minor bit player in the cosmic cultivation world. It's like saying I'm gonna live my life in a diving suit in a singular diving bell in the ocean underwater. It's possible, but you're not gonna go anywhere.
It's the whole campaign Matt has that's based off of that concept.
We had questions for you, Savalair.
Oh, sure. What's the question?
Your last conversation, unless you want to push that back a week,
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
2 weeks. No, it's fine. I'll probably finish it off with Matt sometime during that time. So I'm in.
Okay.
I gotta walk Luna. She's about to gnaw my legs off if I don't. So
Sure enough.
it's that time.
Alrighty.
Thanks for the session, Matt. That was quite the thing you put on us, but you know what? I think it's gonna be fun. So
My pleasure.
got us making choices.
Teehees. Look at me
Teehee.
go. Teehees. Look at me go.
All right, I guess I'll see you guys in 2 weeks.
Yes, see you.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
You guys, yeah, have a happy Thanksgiving.
Yes,
Happy Thanksgiving,
I
Johnny.
will.
Bye for now.
I thought Johnny celebrated Thanksgiving on a different week.
I
because of
did, but you
Canada.
know what? I'll be thankful either way.
This is good.
Bye.